All right, people, I'm back. I was feeling that intro. I don't know about y'all. Anyway, what's good with y'all, man? We aren't minute to minute update today on the Diddy trial, but I think y'all be all right. We're down to the final days. Okay, pretty much today and tomorrow we will see the conclusion of all of the arguments that's supposed to be made before the jury actually deliberates. All right. So I know some of you guys want to, we love the minute to minute stuff, but we're not having testimony anymore. We're having really technical arguments about what could be considered. I'll give you the updates of what happened today, obviously, but it's nothing that we needed to minute to minute, we're listening. You get what I'm saying? So anyway, we're going to do a full update on that. Remember, I told you guys yesterday I was going to do the Fat Joe. I was drinking a lot yesterday, chat. I feel still. You know one of them ones you've been drinking so much you feel drunk the next day, and I usually do not feel drunk the next day. I mean, I got some more liquor, but I ain't gonna lie, I feel drunk today. What the hell? I was gone last night. Anyway, your boy's here. Okay, so let's go over what we're doing today. Fat Joe lawsuit. We're gonna go over that. Got to get update on the Diddy stuff. By the way, just for you guys to know, we're going to be on 8-hour verdict watch when we're going to be on the 8-hour verdict watch as soon as deliberations start. Okay. So from closing arguments from both sides for this Diddy trial, we're going to be on an 8-hour verdict watch, which means from about 9 to 5 every day, we're going to be here. We're going to recap the case. We're going to deconstruct everything that's going to, we'll set up our own charts and we're going to break it down and we're going to have our own, maybe pick our own jury here and try to figure it out. Now, granted, we haven't been in court, right? Also, I did say I was going to show up to court one of these days. I think that's gone. Yeah, I'm not going. Okay, that's gone. Yeah. So that will be the thing. And we're expected to do that Monday. So Monday, you got to expect 3 back-to-back, at least 8-hour streams because we're going to be on verdict watch, okay? Which means we'll, again, recap the trial. We'll do other stuff, but we're going to make sure we I think we've been one of the best channels on covering this in totality, in its totality, all right? Okay, cool. So Fat Joe, wrap up this Diddy stuff. What else we're talking about today? I feel like I had a bunch of topics. The Fat Joe stuff is going to take a while for us to get through. It's a lot. It's really a lot, okay? Somebody says, check Fat Joe's Instagram. What's on Fat Joe's Instagram? Welcome, everybody. By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's all good. What Fat Joe said. Fat Joe, he wrote something? He says, I've been tested the last few months. I've lost my big brother, my father, my mother, and now I'm fighting against these disgusting lies. But please know I will not break and I will never back down. I've had individuals in my circle take my love and kindness for weakness, but how many times must we forgive them? I've had people steal from me, grow jealous of me, lie on me, and through it all, me and my families are stuck dealing with the consequences of their bad decisions. If you got fired for doing something wrong, just take the L and live with it. But instead, they'll plot your downfall as they watch you move on with your life. They decide to go after one of the things you value the most, your reputation. They figure they could make up the most insane stories, and if they threaten you with a lawsuit, then you must pay. And then they'll feel like they've finally won. The problem with your theory is that I never let anyone on the streets extort me. So how would I ever let a crooked attorney and a coward ex-hype man extort me? I'm from the BX. Mr. Tyrone Blackburn, attorney at law, since you want the clout, we will finish you in court. The time of lawyers using their law license as a badge to extort people and destroy families with no evidence is over. I'm not the one. You've messed with the wrong one this time. Joseph Fat Joe Cartagena. Holy. Wow. I guess we should get into this then, right? There's a little bit of drama, right? Okay, so Fat Joe's responding. Fat Joe is responding. If you don't know, this is his first official response to being sued for $20 million by someone who he calls a former hype man. He didn't even mention the guy's name in here. He did mention the lawyer. With all things being said, and just to be honest and very clear, I might be a little bit biased. This attorney also is suing me, sued Nicki Minaj, sued T.I. and Tiny, sued. There's a lot of people this motherfucker has sued. Okay, I won't have any comment about this. Him particularly, just because, he sued Diddy like 10 times. And who else? Like a couple other people. I won't have any comments about him and his methods of being a lawyer, but we have seen that came out in the Diddy trial. The Bungalong girl, Banna, she literally said this lawyer told her to make up lies in the lawsuit, which is, to me, that's like fucking absurd, right? But okay, this guy's like he's here to shake everybody down, right? See, now I gotta tell them, somebody tells this nigga I'm broke. I don't got no money. Get it from Fat Joe. Fat Joe got it. Anyway, it looked like Fat Joe's tackling it head on. And actually, Fat Joe did something interesting. I don't know if I ever told you the story. So, right before I got sued, right? Remember the whole big lawsuit, everybody? Right before I got sued, homie he emails me. And he emails me because he's also the lawyer for Lil Rod. Remember all the salacious shit? Yo, I seen Meek Mill getting fucked. I seen Stevie J getting fucked. All of those things came from this lawyer and whatever client. Well, it was Lil Rod at the time. Right after I covered that case, I covered the lawsuit, so I read through it. And we're going to read through the Fat Joe thing again today. Right after I read through it, the dude emails me. And basically, kind of in a veiled way, says, yo, check this out, bro. You know we can file a lawsuit against you, right? You know that, right? And obviously, I turned that over to my attorney. Lo and behold, 2 days before my birthday, which, by the way, he has a pattern. 2 days before my birthday, I'm sued. The day of Christian Combs' birthday, Christian Combs, he's sued. This guy is pretty interesting. He's a pretty interesting guy. And I'm going to leave it there because, again, as time goes on, you got to defend some of these things in court. Nevertheless, he's also been referred to a grievance committee for the salacious accusations. Remember when he put a bunch of UMG people in there? He put Lucian Grange. He then took out the names, said, I'm not suing y'all no more because those are big powered lawyers. You know what I mean? Like, they're fucking getting paid like bajillion a minute. He was like, I'll take y'all out of it. Just don't refer me to the grievance committee. They still did. And he got mad over that. Anyway, it's interesting as I watch all this happen, right? So now the new shakedown is to try to get Fat Joe, right? So he's now trying to get Fat Joe. And by the way, we're going to read through this lawsuit, but I got to give you the premise because you're going to hear certain things. You're like, what the fuck? Now, before I get to that, and if you're looking for a Diddy update, we're going to get to the Diddy update. And by the way, this is kind of like a Diddy update. This guy has sued Diddy multiple times. So the same lawyer has sued Diddy multiple times. Here's what ironically happens, right? So because they hit up Fat Joe trying to shake him down. What's this? Is this Devin Haney? Oh, no, it's Pat-Man Jones. Because they try to sue, or I guess they sent a demand letter to not Devin Haney. Fat Joe. Fat Joe realized this is an extortion attempt. I keep trying to tell y'all the best way to defame somebody is to file a lawsuit. The new hustlers, they've always been the hustlers of really culture and entertainment, are lawyers who know how to seed stories that will ruin your reputation, that by the time you get a verdict, everybody done forgot about it. Everybody only remembers when the lawsuit drops. You get Rolling Stones to run it. You get Time Magazine to run it. You get TMZ to run it. And after, just hearing the accusations, nobody gives a fuck about the truth. So the only way you could defame someone's character, you sue them. You get a lawyer who's not going to do their due diligence. You tell him anything, and maybe the lawyer even adds on some shit like, hold on, you sure you ain't fuck your ass? I'm going to put that in there anyway. And now it comes out, and all these allegations and all these rumors end up ruining your reputation. And even if later on you get absolved, nobody cares. They're only going to remember that you got sued. It's the new shakedown, okay? I've realized, and by the way, I told you I'm getting my law degree this year. Or I'm going to start because it's going to take a couple years. If I wasn't in the media, I understand how being a media personality is very important. It's very powerful. When you have a big media company, you could control the narrative. That's really important. I like that. There's a part of, like, outside of the pay and whatever, I do like that. If I wasn't a media personality, I would definitely be a lawyer. I'd be one of these Alex Spiro. I'm not saying he's a liar, but I'm just saying I'd be one of these Alex Spiro dudes who your reputation and your livelihood could depend on me, depend on if I want to file a lawsuit or not. That's it. I could get you to go broke by just filing lawsuits that you got to go hire real attorneys. You got to go pay hundreds of thousands of dollars just because I paid $150 to submit some bullshit lawsuit. You got to go pay, because here's the thing, there's no celebrity that's going to get the cheap lawyer for $3,500, so you're going to go pay $100,000 for a good lawyer. So now I almost got you in a bind. You either got to pay me money or waste hundreds of thousands to try to prove your innocence. But even if you do that, I already ruined your reputation because I sent it to all the media outlets. So you're done. You're fucking finito. So anyway, I'm watching this. Diddy can't fight his battle versus his lawyer, right? But he tried it with, he didn't try it with Jay. He didn't try it with Jay. That was Busby that tried it with Jay. Busby got humbled. Busby's out of here. Like, we won't hear about Busby till 3010, okay? Here's the funny thing about this. Remember, Diddy can't fight that. Diddy's worried about the federal trial. Keep in mind, I mean, there are elements that seemingly may have been true that came out in the Diddy trial, but Lil Rod, who had the most salacious lawsuit, is not a victim, never took a stand. Clearly, the government looked at the lawsuit and said, we're not going to put you up there. We're going to lose. Okay, let me give you the plot. So the same lawyer that we're talking about, because they asked for like $20 million from Fat Joe, before they filed the lawsuit, what Fat Joe did, he hired A$AP Rocky's lawyer, Joe Tacopina, my new favorite, well, one of my favorite new attorneys. You know, I fuck with Bradford Cohen. And what happened, and by the way, you know what the funny part is? Homie been practicing law like for a few years out of law school. There's no really big case he's won. He's just like, you know, the dude's just out here like kind of just jugging and finessing, trying to shake people down because people usually will pay out to avoid the reputation hit. Which, by the way, you know what's funny? Oh, I'll give you another thing. I'll give you another thing too. You know, everybody be talking about, oh, yo, Act don't talk about his case. Well, I can't talk about certain things in my case, but I'll say this. If anyone was interested, go look at my case. The judge just told him the same thing Matt judges be telling him, because he pushed for a default judgment saying that we didn't give discovery, which we did. And the judge literally wrote a letter and said, you misunderstand this rule of how shit happens in New Jersey. The judge is telling the nigga the same thing. This dude is just I don't know, he just got a law degree doing whatever, right? For everybody who cares about my case, go look at it. The last thing filed is the judge telling him, no, we will not do that, because they said some dumb shit. They're like, oh, we need bookmarks and blah, 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 blah. No, we gave you discovery. We gave you what we had. Your motion to get a default judgment is denied. And you're understanding, because they were like, oh, we spent hours to do this, so we need to get compensated for our law hours. As per rule, New Jersey rule, ba, 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 ba. And the New Jersey the New Jersey judge literally said, brother, that's not how this shit works. And literally wrote it in paper. So for all the people who care about it, I know y'all won't ever report fairly about it, but go look at the last thing filed, okay? It's public. Anyway, I still can't talk crazy about it, but, you know. Anyway, Fat Joe They sent Fat Joe a letter. Give us $20 million, which is crazy. Like, what the fuck? Give us $20 million or we're going to say you fuck kids. Like, chat, this is what's going on nowadays. Give us $20 million or we're going to say you fuck kids. Okay, so Fat Joe hires Joe Tacopina, which is A$AP Rocky's lawyer, and they're aggressive. I like lawyers like that. I like the Brian Steeles of the world. I like the Joe Tacopinas, right? You know what happens? Joe Tacopina files a lawsuit before they file a lawsuit, and he sues them for extortion. Because think about it, this is kind of like extortion. Like, anybody who's still getting this guy, like, I can't take you too serious. We heard in court someone who might be a victim say, oh, my lawyer told me to put that in there. That ain't happened, but my lawyer told me. Who's the lawyer? Same nigga. Anyway, so they sued the dude for extortion, right? The dude shows up to the Diddy trial, which is he shows up to the Diddy criminal trial. Now, granted, he has a few clients that are suing Diddy on a civil level, including this nigga right here, Little Rod. But none of his clients are involved in the criminal case. But they show up because now people are taking pictures. This is why we got all these pictures of him. He just shows up. He shows up with the guy suing him in civil court, but he shows up in the criminal court, if you ask me, clout chasing. So what happened is Fat Joe's lawyer, Joe Tacopina, said, oh shit, we could serve him. Now, when you file a lawsuit against someone, a civil suit, you got to serve them. You got to give them the papers, right? And essentially what happened is that they tried to serve the lawyer because they're suing the lawyer pretty much for extortion. Because that's kind of what he's using a law degree to extort niggas. Okay. They said on May 12th, right? This is probably around the time that dude showed up. He was getting into his vehicle, and there was a 66-year-old messenger, which is a process server, that was trying to serve him a complaint in the Fat Joe case. They said the dude, the lawyer, slammed his car into reverse, so he's not trying to get served, which is so ironic. The guy who files mad lawsuits against other people doesn't want to get served. How ironic. He slams his car into reverse, backed up. He hits the 66-year-old guy in the leg, caused a minor injury. The victim did report the incident to police. Then he apparently just got arrested. Okay, now he got arrested. I believe he got released. And here we go. Tacopina told us Blackburn sent a demand letter. They wanted $3 million. So they wanted $3 million. Obviously, Fat Joe's like, I'm not paying you shit. Now they sue for $20 million, right? This is Tacopina talking about it, right? So Tacopina, I like this guy. Hard nosed. He takes everything to task. Remember, everyone was saying, Rocky, take the plea. Not this badass lawyer right here. He's like, no, we're going to beat the case. And he did. So he's realizing what stunt that this guy, this lawyer that is suing everybody. He's the one who put Nicki Minaj's name up in the shit when it was about her husband, try to whatever, sued who else? There's a bunch of people. T.I. Tiny. It's just a bunch of people, which is like just erroneous shit. But you know what that does? You get to waste people's resources. So cool. Hear what Tacopina said. And then we're going to get into the lawsuit, actually.
When you first...
Let me cue up the lawsuit on the side. I'm just waiting until this ad passes, y'all. I know y'all hate ads. And I do have I don't have ad blocker anymore. But I have YouTube Prime or YouTube, whatever it's called. Anyway, welcome. All right, Jesus Christ. These ads are long as shit. Here we go.
This twist of him allegedly driving over your process server.
How'd that go down?
You could take allegedly out of that question, but it went down where a 66-year-old guy who was hired just to do a job of serving a lawsuit on this guy decided he wasn't going to accept service. He didn't want to be served, so he took his car and ran into him.
How is he?
He's okay. I mean, he's 66, not the youngest guy in the world, but he had some damage. He went to the hospital, he had some leg, damage, but he's okay.
going to be okay.
Live. Thank God.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. They issued an arrest warrant. and they arrested him this morning, which comes, by the way, as no surprise to me at all, guys. No surprise. It's just the latest example of his malicious and manipulative pattern of misconduct, finally coming to light. He really is an embarrassment to the legal community. This guy, it's a disgrace watching him use the court system to shield his extortionate tactics. Two federal judges. Listen to what I'm about to say to you guys. Two federal judges in the same courthouse, the Southern District of New York, have already said to him in writing, in filings on two separate cases, that
add to that a New Jersey judge too. In my situation,
he's misusing the court system,
misunderstanding the law,
to embarrass people, to garner publicity for himself, to misstate facts, misapply the law that he doesn't clearly know. If two federal
Joe Tacopina, you're doing the Lord's work, okay? Yo, me and my attorney be texting back and forth this and be like, I see this. Nah, nigga, did you see this? I'm like, oh shit.
Judges said that about me and wrote that in an opinion, which is in our complaint. I would go serve espressos at Starbucks for the rest of my life. Don't forget how this went down, guys. This went down where he initially made a demand, this Dixon, to Fat Joe. He was a hype man, literally a hype man. This guy who jumps around and, hypes people up. That's all he did. From 15 years ago, by the way. So he then said, oh, well, I wrote half your songs, give me $3 million. And, Fat Joe was like, huh? What are you talking about? That was the end of that. So because they didn't reply to that, because he didn't get money from that, the next letter from Blackburn came saying, yeah, I wrote half your songs. Give me money for that. And also I saw you have sex with minors. Like, wait, what? Where did that come from? How did that miss the first letter, the first demand?
What?
I mean, it's so pathetic. And look, we've spoken to some of the people he claims this happened to in the lawsuit. Unfortunately, he hasn't.
What you've discovered is he didn't, from what you found, that he didn't vet these claims at all before filing this lawsuit.
Correct. One of the people don't even know who Fat Joe is. So anyway, this is all going to come out. This is why we litigate. But this today's news is just this. It should be shocking when a lawyer gets arrested. It should be shocking when a lawyer gets arrested for committing felony assault on someone. But unfortunately and sadly, it's not shocking with this guy.
Ironic. Okay. So I do have the lawsuit, and I had to play all that because we're going to take it with a grain of salt. Okay? This is a grain of salt. All right? Again, a grain of salt. So, Terrence Dixon, a.k.a. Todd. Does anyone know this individual? I'm not too familiar with him. There's some Cuban guy. Cuban Links. I've heard about that guy. That used to be around Fat Joe. Don't know about this guy that much. Let me see. T.A. Fat Joe. Let me see. What happened between you and Fat Joe? Oh, so this is the guy. Hold on.
Niggas try to press us in the store one time downtown. A few dudes, man. I told that nigga Joe, yo, get out the store. I will fuck all y'all niggas up. What's up? Willing to take the L, bro. I'm not scared of nobody, bro, but I just respected Fat Joe, bro. I really felt like Fat Joe was gonna look out for me, bro. And he didn't, bro.
So okay, so y'all could tell already, this guy, I think this is a guy, right? T.A. Ta, right? Something Dixon, whatever, right? Terrence Dixon, a.k.a. T.A. Ta, I guess. So apparently, Fat Joe must have cut him off. He's been mad at Fat Joe for over a year. Okay? This video is from a year ago. Let's hear his words before we start reading these allegations.
Where y'all fell out? When was this?
By the way, also, I just want to point this out. To come back years later and say you've seen a man fuck kids, but you were cool with him the entire time you allege he was fucking kids, and you only now are revealing he fucked kids when you get cut off, it's nasty work. This is really nasty work. So you're saying that when you and him were cool, it was cool that he was fucking kids. But now that y'all not cool, it's time to blow the whistle about him fucking kids. Chat, you know what I like about the more time goes on? We're starting to see a lot of bullshit, and I think people are wisening up. Like, y'all really want to spit in the air and have us believe it's fucking rain that's coming down.
Looking back, Choke, I'm starting to feel like when I quit on him 3 different times, he always kept it deep down inside and said, I'm gonna get this nigga back some way, somehow. Right? But I get up for that, bro. Like, yo, bro, I went to Asia 2 times without you, bro. You never got on a plane. One time we got threatened. They said they're gonna cut our heads off. And you didn't get sued because I came up with the master plans 2 times. I went hard for you. I wrote 3 albums, then some. I formatted all the way up on a plane coming back from Australia. I got footage, bro. Niggas wasn't really all the way up, wasn't ringing off like that. I had a record called Hundreds and Fifties with my brother Kish Gunner. That shit was ringing off. We performed all the way up and then performed Hundreds and Fifties. And the reaction to Hundreds and Fifties was way stronger than all the way up, bro. And Joe,
what the fuck is 150s?
Joe was like, damn, TA, you might have a hit on your hand. And I got a video that I shot to 150. Joe's in the video, bro. But he never really...
Okay, so this story is old as dirt. This guy thinks he was the real star. And Fat Joe probably stifled his career and never gave him his proper shine. The delusion is at all-time high. This is Delulu at his finest.
Really went hard with my music. So when we fell out, it was going... Me quitting on him 3 times, I felt like he held that down inside him and said he's gonna get me back. Then I dropped the one-time record, and fuck it, I'm gonna say it. Somebody that was in Cool and Dre camp, they had hit me up and it was like, yo, I just heard a conversation. I was in the studio with Joe, Cool and Dre, and Dre said, yo, Joe, we can't let this nigga blow. One Time is already on the radio, all over 107. All over 105, Cosmic Cab in Philly's playing it. They're playing it in Tampa. They playing it in Orlando. They playing it in Miami. The shit is getting spins. The BDS is just picking up. All they had to do was drop the bag to take it to the next level. It could have been the next all the way up, the next lean back. It had Joe and Remy on it. They said, yo, the nigga Dre was like, yo, we can't let this nigga TA blow up. He ain't putting enough work. Putting enough work, fam. Dre. I wrote over 3 albums for this nigga, bro. You don't believe it? Ask that sucker nigga when you see him in Miami, nigga. How didn't put in enough work? You the sucker nigga, Dre, that went and produced a hit for 50 Cent while we was beefing with them niggas G-Unit. And Joe put you on, nigga. You and Cool.
Damn, pray for this brother, man. I can tell he's upset. Yo, poverty's no joke, chat. Poverty's no joke.
He put y'all niggas on. But what's up with loyalty? Dre's right there. Dre shot 20, 30 videos with Joe, albums, nigga. Do Dre deserve that? The fuck out of here, nigga. He don't deserve that. That nigga's the fucking devil and he know to keep his mouth shut. Because he know what I know. And it's very valuable. And it will burn him. Burn that nigga alive, bro. Them niggas know, don't fucking play with me, bro. None of them niggas don't play with me, bro. I know too much, bro. So Dre blocked that. Dre blocked the... Ghazi was gonna put the 150 because Empire put it out. Ghazi was gonna put up the $150 behind the record. You know you gotta spin that bag to keep it up. So Ghazi took the $150 and put it behind Pick It Up. Nigga said immediately Dre started working on Pick It Up, the Tupac shit, the sample. Them niggas, I heard they paid like $70,000 or some wild shit, $65,000 to get it cleared, the sample. Record went nowhere, bro. Them niggas shot a big ass video in Vegas, all that, bro. The record went nowhere, bro. I had niggas coming up to me saying, yo, TA, they hating on you. They don't want you to blow. And I'm not gonna blow niggas up because I got love for a lot of niggas too that's still close to the side.
Okay, all right. He keeps saying that, you know. I just want to hear like some real shit.
I'm doing little hostings, walkthroughs. I'm thinking like, that was cool. I found her. I'm looking at Joe like, he's my brother, Choke. Yo, Choke, I'm your brother and I'm in Africa and you in the US, Choke. And I know you have the power to make things happen with somebody's career. And I know you're going to do right by me, Choke. I'm bringing them to you, Choke. Mm-hmm. I'm like an A&R at this point. I'm bringing them. Yo, I got you. Yo, T.
Okay, I'm trying to hear some of this crazy shit that he's saying in the lawsuit. So right now he's only talking about his career. He says that Fat Joe didn't want him to blow up. Okay, great. You're the most talented guy. Fat Joe hated on you. Okay.
Whatever, man. I'm ready for war, Joe. Tell me I'm going to blow this want to get on and shit on you, Joe, and be like, I'm never talking to you again, Joe. Peace out. I want to get on so I could feed my fucking family, nigga, and we could go on and finish what we got started. That's what I wanted to do, Fat Joe. I never wanted to leave his side, bro. I never put a number on how much money I wanted to make. I just wanted to work and make money. But I never said I was going to keep it to myself. I wanted Joe to get Jay-Z rich, nigga. I wanted Joe to pass Khaled, nigga. I told Joe, nigga, don't worry about Khaled, nigga. You gonna pass him. Just keep doing what you doing, nigga. Let's keep putting out albums and music, nigga. Fuck what Khaled is doing, nigga. Khaled is jumping from ship to ship, nigga. That ain't no talent, nigga. He got 100 niggas on songs, nigga. Anybody could do that, nigga. Anybody could put niggas on songs, nigga, and be like, yo, we next.
Right.
We next. Anybody, and I fuck with Khaled. I ain't got no fucking man got knocked out by another nigga. I go to his man's house. His man got the nigga on the refrigerator that knocked this man out. Where they do that? Where's the loyalty at, bro? This nigga got 5 TS tattoos on him, loyalty all over his body, but where you loyal at, bro? Who's loyal? Tell me who's loyal in TS. Tell me. You know the history, bro. Tone left 13 years. Remy, I love you, but Remy left and she had her reasons why she left, and she should have never came back. It's cool. Tone left, Remy left, Cool and Dre left. Them niggas produced for 50 Cent. How about this? Your man Pistol Pete slapped your man Dre up in the studio in Manhattan, grabbed him by his TS chain because he produced for 50 Cent, gave him a hit. I was right in the room when Pistol Pete did it. Say, TA, come on me. Yo, Dre, come to the back. Slap the shit out of Dre like 5 times, bro. Tall Dre, the producer, grabbed him by his chain, nigga. Fucking make another beat for them G-Unit Knicks, nigga. Turf Squad, nigga. Just like that.
Wow.
Them niggas made 50 Cent stronger, and it's all good, bro. But look, where is the loyalty, fam?
I keep telling you, bro, this shit is business.
Yeah, it is, but Joe got to stop using that word. Them niggas got to stop using that word. Till this day, them niggas be talking shit about me. Yo, that nigga's not loyal. You never been loyal. Suck a dick, nigga. Y'all niggas don't even understand what loyalty is. And niggas is not holding water, nigga. The killers of all killers is telling, bro. The niggas ain't trying to do 5 days, bro. Joe's not trying to go back nowhere, bro. What's up with Fat Joe? Get this nigga out of here, bro.
Hey, Tasha Rain, can you block Simon Says? If you rap sandbox with him.
What is this? Okay, anyway. All right, so y'all know a little bit about that guy. Y'all go watch a whole interview there if y'all want to see what the hell he's talking about. Anyway, so let's get into a little bit of the lawsuit. It's 157 pages. Like, whoa. All right, cool. So, all right, so this guy said for 16 years he was loyal to Fat Joe. Despite that, Fat Joe didn't pay him, so he's suing for, compensation, and he's saying that Fat Joe, he performed songs he did vocals or background vocals on songs like these that Fat Joe never paid him for. He's talented. He traveled. Oh, my God. All right. So this is a hype man saying, yo, I went on the road with you. I didn't get paid. I assisted him in maintaining a criminal enterprise. This is crazy. We're key associates and enforcers, including defendant Pistol Pete and defendant Richard Playa. What? What the hell? Okay. They even sued Rock Nation. And I'm very glad they sued Rock Nation. I'm going to tell you why. Because this lawyer, if it's one person going to show that nigga, don't fuck with The Rock, it's definitely going to be The Rock. Okay. You're suing Rock Nation? Good luck. Wait till Alex Spiro gets on this motherfucker right here. It's going to be GG's. Watch. GG's in the chat when Rock Nation gets on this shit. Okay, so this nigga even suing Rock Nation. So Fat Joe gets Taco Pina. Taco Pina, he's a big boss. He gonna handle a lot of this shit. But wait till Rock Nation's lawyer, Spiro, gets up in this. He's gonna be on timing. All right, bet. Okay. By the way, I predict they're gonna drop Rock Nation from this in a month. Guaranteed. Rock Nation's getting dropped from this, right? 100%. Okay, so let's hear some of these allegations, right? Oh my God. The defendants engaged in deliberate fraud tax schemes by submitting intentionally inflated and whatever income reports to the IRS, significantly overstating the actual compensation that the plaintiff received. So they're saying Fat Joe is running a criminal enterprise, and it's not speculative. It's been corroborated by firsthand witnesses, recorded phone calls, and documented evidence in the possession of accountant Doe, who personally handled the financial affairs of Fat Joe, and confirmed that the plaintiff was intentionally excluded from formal payment systems. So basically, Fat Joe was payment in cash. W-2s were falsely inflated and reported to the IRS to create a fictitious paper trail. He personally collected between $600,000 and $200,000 in cash. Collected $600,000, $200,000 in cash at different times. I guess never reported, I guess. Rock Nation received 10% of all the revenue from all of his businesses, and numerous financial records were fabricated or withheld to avoid paying the plaintiff the proper royalties that were owed. Okay, all right. In one of these documented instances, Fat Joe pocketed a $30,000 Live Nation performance check for the All the Way Up tour. The money was rightfully allocated to the plaintiff's contribution. Cartagena would use the funds to pay off his back taxes owed to IRS, as confirmed by a witness who was part of the management team at the time. They're saying Fat Joe earns an estimated $60,000 a month and at least $20,000. So $60,000 in royalties and $20,000 monthly in streaming revenue, which he's never shared with the plaintiff, despite the plaintiff writing a lot of the songs, supposedly, right? Okay. Then they put some sex-based stuff in it. Plaintiff was not only exploited financially, but subjected to a wide spectrum of sexual coercion, psychological control, forced exhibitionism, and surveillance-based humiliation, including being compelled to perform sexual acts under observation, being filmed and directed by the defendant in the presence of others, tactics designed to control the plaintiff's body and erode his autonomy and ensure silence. Okay. These sex-based abuses were not private, incidental, or isolated. They are integral to the way the enterprise culture of dominance and humiliation enforced the defendant's associates, such as Pistol Pete, JB, and others, and sustained numerous tour locations, including Miami, North Carolina, Germany, Spain, and Wisconsin. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me scroll up a little bit. Oh, this is just a preliminary statement. Holy shit. Okay. They got some more stuff here. Defendant also used social media burner accounts, including this and this, to issue veiled threats saying you love your family, right? Fall back in 48 hours. We let you live. Okay, so what's usually important in these lawsuits is Pistol Pete got sued. Some guy named Rich Player got sued. Erica Juliana gets sued. Who is this? Who is this? She's a legal agent, supposedly. There's a touring company, Slate. What the fuck is this? Slate, Rock Nation. And there's defendants, Jane Doe's 1 to 10, which means unknown people at the time. Okay, let's just go down. Let's go down. And where's the interesting part is going to be at a place called Factual Allegations. Factual Allegations. Here we go. Did we pass it already? Nah, they're just ranting. Coercive control. Oh my God, this is so much shit. There's slashings. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to get the. What the fuck? Oh, okay. The defendant's penance for exploitation was not limited to artists or collaborators. During time working for Fat Joe, the plaintiff personally witnessed the defendant engage in sexual relationships with children who were 15 and 16 years old. Minor one is 16-year-old Dominican girl residing in New York. In exchange for cash, clothing, and payment of her cell phone bill, Fat Joe would get oral sex and other sex acts performed on him by minor one. What the fuck? Let me tell you why I'm saying what the fuck, chat. Why is this even in this lawsuit unless minor Doe 1 is a plaintiff? Like, how are you putting these allegations? I know how he's putting it in there. They're saying, oh, I witnessed it. I witnessed him have sex with underage kids, and that's why I'm going to put it in here. But we all know what it's for. They're putting it in here to, like, make this shit sound crazy. But the proper lawsuit should be, if this is true, minor Doe 1 suing Fat Joe. But this person is not even on the case as a plaintiff, right? But whatever. On one occasion, driving to New York City, minor Doe 1 asked Fat Joe for money to pay for a cell phone bill. See, this is another thing that this lawyer does. He's always taking pot shots in a lawsuit. Being notoriously cheap. The defendant, so Fat Joe, claimed to be broke. This upset minor Doe 1, who began yelling, cursing, and screaming. Plaintiff begged the defendant to pay the minor's phone bill, which was less than $100. Okay. Minor Doe 2. It's a Caucasian female. She's not a United States citizen. The defendant began having sexual relations with minor Doe 2 when she was 15 years of age after an overseas concert. Defendant flew minor Doe 2 to New York City and Miami and Florida on multiple occasions. Due to minor Doe 2 body being an adolescent and not fully formed, the defendant paid for her to get a Brazilian butt lift. Minor Doe 2 eventually left the defendant and is now married to a professional athlete. What the fuck? Minor Doe 3 is a Latino female who met the defendant when she was 15, turning 16. According to the plaintiff, the defendant was in love with minor Doe 3. He even contemplated leaving his wife. Chat, you could tell this shit is to fuck up Fat Joe's entire household. Yeah, he was even about to leave his wife for this child. Fat Joe paid all of minor Doe 3's bills and even took her overseas on his tour stops. He brought her to Florida and would put her in a condo he rented a few blocks from his house with his wife. In a recorded conversation, minor Doe 3 and the 15-year-old cousin describing detail to the plaintiff how inappropriate it was for Fat Joe, who was in his late 30s at the time, to be fawning over children. Wow. So Fat Joe sees no shame in his depravity towards children. Fat Joe has demonstrated a disturbing lack of remorse or discretion regarding his predatory behavior. Rather than conceal his action, he has had on multiple occasions alluded to or openly referenced sexually inappropriate conduct in his public persona and artistic output. In a song titled "She's My Mama," defendant delivers lyrics that says, when considered in context, reflects an unhealthy and troubling fixation on underage individuals. The content of the song is explicit and suggestive and disturbingly detailed, and the defendant uses it to normalize and romanticize and even boast about their behavior that aligns with pattern of coercion and exploitation described through this complaint. The plaintiff asserts that the lyrical references are not fictionalized or abstract, but form of a larger pattern that Fat Joe uses his platform in music to project an excuse and reinforces the abuse of power and boundary violations that have marked his conduct towards the plaintiff and others using his individual. Okay. All right. In the relevant part, the defendant says, now, she was 16. I had to nurture that, give her some growth. I waited till I touched the cat. What? Okay, is this a Fat Joe song? Wait, Fat Joe got a song like this? Let me see. Let's see this song. She's My Mama by Fat Joe. She's My Mama, Fat Joe. Is this real? You know, one man's treasure is another man's trash. And you know the man who sleeps on the floor can't fall the fuck off the bed, nigga. Okay, she's my mommy. I love you so much. You drive me crazy. Want to be down, rolling with me. Okay, whatever. Oh shit. Now she was 16. Oh, what? Now I gotta listen to this song. Pause. Like, this is a real song? Yo, Fat Jaw. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, yo, this is all cap because of the lawyer. I'm like, yo, this is all cap. It's a bad song. Now, she was only 16. I had to nurture that. Give her some growth. Waited till I touched the cat. What? Told her she was gonna have to work if she going to get ahead. Then she drove me berserk when she gave me some head. She told me that she learned that from porno flicks. I said, mommy, stop talking. Just suck on his dick. I ain't say her name yet, so let's say she nothing. Now watch me turn this nothing into something. Get it? Mommy, get in that kitchen. This is freebase. Just cook it. What? Is he talking about drugs? I'm not shooting him any bail, Chad, honestly, but is he talking about drugs and just describing it as a woman, or is this nigga really talking about a woman?
Whatever, man.
Hold on, let me see. She's my... We might catch a copyright, but we got to play this shit. Ain't no fucking way.
She's my baby. I love you so much. You're driving me crazy.
Is this song, is it about drugs, or is it really talking about a woman? What? I met her at Rucker Park watching the Stars play. I knew she was a terror. She was watching the Squad play. Okay, never mind. I think he's talking about a woman. Yeah, he's definitely talking about a woman. She was pushing the Bubble X type of eye candy you would see in the Double X. Fat ass, long hair, short like Nia Long. I knew she was a victim from the start. Oh, hell no. Nah, hold on. Is this a real song? Wait, hold on, Chad.
Said, mommy, stop talking, just suck on this dick.
Hey.
I ain't say your name yet. He was only...
Is he talking about drugs? Like, this is crazy. Nigga, how could this song, if it's talking about a girl, how could this song be out and nobody, like, the whole culture don't be like, what the fuck? Wait. I'm looking for some context, but we hit the club on some Clico shit. See the respect that you get from just being my bitch. Look, see him. They sick. They want to be in your shoes. That's the game I hit her with to leave her confused. I'm just using her for paper. She want a man. I'm about to see my other bitch, but she understand. I knew she was a victim from the start. My G is strong. And then she said she ain't feel this good in 10 summers. Gave me credit card and debit card with the PIN numbers. I'm looking at receipts. She spends G's on the kid. I'm pushing the V. Even got keys to the crib. If I needed to bag up, I bought G's to the crib. I got knocked. What'd she do? She put up the deed to the crib. Okay, this got to be a grown woman now. Well, this song is just kind of fucked. Yeah, I don't know about this one, Chad. This sounds crazy. I ain't gonna lie, I was hoping that this was gonna be so much bullshit. We're like, yo, throw this case out. But I ain't gonna lie, Fat Joe, you gotta delete that song, gang. That song sounds crazy. I ain't gonna lie, though. This is not justifying. I think most of them niggas in the 90s, though, they used to be rapping about, like, them little girls. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, it's kind of odd. It's definitely kind of odd, right? Anyway, Jesus Christ. That was bad. Fat Joe, that was bad. Okay, all right. Why the fuck would you make a song like that? Whatever. Wait. Okay. Based on the information and belief, She's My Mama was written about Miss Doe 3, who confirms engaged in many of the acts outlined in the lyrics above. Furthermore, Doe 3 was required to hold jewelry, drugs, and other questionable items that are illegal to be in a child's possession when she traveled with the defendant. The defendant's transportation and sexual intercourse with these minors constitute violation that violates these New York State, Florida, and even federal laws. And I ain't gonna lie to you. One thing about this lawyer, he loves piggybacking off like the current federal criminal cases. See, they put the Mann Act that Diddy's charged with. So this is why they put the Mann Act. Anyway. Oh my God. Defendant Joe covers up Andre Christopher Lyon from Cool and Dre's statutory R word or rape of K. Rose. Is this Diddy? See, that's the thing about this lawyer, bro. It's kind of like just trashy. I feel like he intentionally puts a video of Diddy in there to make Fat Joe look like whatever. And for me, it feels like you're writing a blog more than you're actually doing legal work, right? Like just put the allegations against Fat Joe. And look what he captions it. Andre Dre, this is Cool and Dre, I guess, this guy right here. Fat Joe, Diddy, who's currently a federal inmate, and DJ Khaled. Okay. All right. K. Rose was a 15-year-old singer signed to Epidemic Records, a label owned by Dre. From the beginning of the relationship, Dre began grooming K. Rose and started having sexual encounter with the child in the studio after parents dropped her off to record. The statutory R word of K. Rose lasted for close to a year. According to the plaintiff, one night he and defendant walked in the studio and Dre was screaming, "I'm going to jail, Joe." So Dre was screaming, "I'm going to jail, Joe. I'm going to jail." K. Rose's parents found out I was dealing with K. Rose. According to the plaintiff, K. Rose's parents threatened to lock Dre up. The defendant is saying, the defendant kept saying, so Fat Joe kept saying, "Calm down, I'm going to take care of it." Once again, I keep telling y'all, chat. So there's 3 minors, somebody named K. Rose, but K. Rose is not suing. So it's like, it becomes almost like gossip. So this guy, Ta, or Terrence Dixon, right? Terrence Dixon, he's suing and just saying, "Oh, I'm suing because I saw you do crimes. I saw you do crimes. And let me just gossip all the crimes you've done, even though none of these things were done to me. But it technically were done to me because I had to witness you do these things," which then comes into a morality play to say, so you watch this man fuck hundreds of kids and you never stepped in once, but now you want some money. So you want damn near, you want a pat on the back for watching him fuck kids. You never reported none of this to the cops. You never intervened. You never said, "Brother, I'm not with this behavior. You can't fuck children around me." You allowed him to do all this. And 20 years later, now you want to get paid for your pain and suffering because you saw it? This is crazy. I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of crazy, right? Based on information and belief, defendant used a burner phone to send K. Rose's parents a message. K. Rose's career fizzled out and she was rarely heard from again. This is a coordinated retaliation attempt by Enterprise following, what is this? Okay, what is this? It says Pistol Pete said, "Y'all called you, try to get his number." Okay, so they have a recorded call of Pistol Pete trying to do things. Hold on. Okay. Following plaintiff's efforts to disclose the coercive, fraudulent, and abusive operations of Fat Joe and the criminal enterprise he leads, senior members of Cartagena's enterprise launched a calculated and premeditated campaign of retaliation designed to intimidate, isolate, and silence the plaintiff. Okay, their actions were driven by fear that the plaintiff would disclose. Plaintiff's disclosure would expose him to legal liability, public condemnation, and criminal prosecution. This retaliation was not limited to verbal threats or reputational smears. It was deliberately operationalized through direct and coordinated outreach with mutual associate named Percy, an individual, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. All right. Got it. So they're saying that there's an audio call where I guess they're threatening the plaintiff. Okay. All right, this is a transcript of it. There's a part where it's supposedly... Okay, there's a whole thing about this. All right. While actively campaigning for Vice President Kamala Harris, defendant made direct threats to the plaintiff from his Instagram burner account. I feel like this is gossip again. Yo, I'm going all the way. Remember that. Do you know what I know? Yo, are you crazy? Yo, it's up. I got you. I own you, nigga. LOL. You think so? LOL. But I'm not. Let's see. Say connections in the White House. Who the fuck are you? Some washed up bum. Are you crazy? Defendant wasn't lying when he said he had connection in the White House, as evidenced by the one-on-one meeting he had with then Vice President Kamala Harris. In addition to one-on-one meeting he had with Kamala Harris, he moderated a criminal justice panel with Vice President Harris. Even had the audacity to bring one of his henchmen and RICO Enterprise officers, Rich Player, to meet with the Vice President Harris as well. He had some stuff with Bill Clinton. And then he had some stuff with New York City Mayor Eric Adams. In the following messages, defendant confirms his RICO enterprise when he says, "Don't need to lift a finger. Biggest in the game. Everyone would do it for me." Says, "Bring him out. Make it happen. Hurry." He says, "Don't need to lift a finger. Biggest in the game." He says, "You not stopping nothing. Everyone willing to do it for me." Okay, this other one, he says, "Fuck out of here with that shit. I've been waiting. I guarantee it won't be how you think it's going to go down. Nigga, please. How many times I watch you freeze?" Something. He says, "Nigga, you will get dragged. But be careful. We let you live. Don't you ever forget in your life, everybody is outside." He said, "You love your family, right?" I guess he said, "Keep watching, but you a part of it, good, bad. But you a part of the good or bad, feel good about it. You not a don, nigga. You love your family, right?" It's a bunch of Instagram messages from a burner account. Business is business. Biggest in the game. You're not ready. Look around. Any more vids coming out? That got real quiet. What happened? Biggest in the game. He says, "Come up to New York City." He said, "If you that nigga, come outside." He says, "Yo, you could be with whoever, but remember, everyone by themselves when they turn that corner." So you're right, it'll be legendary. So you wouldn't have gone anywhere if it wasn't for me. You wasn't even going to be out of Cyprus. You would be on couch surfing. So you know what happens when you get cut. You cut from everywhere. There's another account called Pablo Escobar. Somebody says, "I'm giving $150. That's my word." Nigga said, "Suck my dick." What up? New York niggas talk so funny. Say, "Yo, you not the real Pistol Pete." I guess this guy sent him a video. Then the guy says, "Yo, you want to fight?" Say, you don't want to fight. You're super pussy. I'm telling you, I got you. He says, "Your baby mom say you a homo thug. Now blow that whistle." Say, yeah, yap. She better know. Say, "Can't wait. I got something for any one of you niggas the day that happens. I'm very far from pussy. Ask your mans. Homie hiding behind a fake account. The summer is turned up for Joe, nigga. So you got 48 hours to fall back. Yap, you been warned, son. So what happened? Fall back." See, I've been waiting on y'all niggas. Y'all niggas ain't do nothing yet. Stop with the tough talk. I got something special for you. Y'all want street credit? Who the fuck is this? Says, I'm telling you what I'm gonna do. So beware. I'm far from pussy. And I'm going to give it to you for sure, nigga. Keep playing. So, and yeah, Peter Conga is with me. Says, you could have Jesus with you, nigga. You food and we gonna eat. So whatever you say, you put that video up and I'm gonna make sure you pay in the worst way, pussy nigga. This is Fat Joe account supposedly. Don't you think people gonna be made an example of? He said, yup, that's what I'm doing to you. And then Fat Joe says, so others will understand not to cross. He said, you a big one. Okay. Then there's another fake account supposedly. Like, how does he know these fake accounts are from Fat Joe? Warning, on top of the other ones. What happened to Brenda, the blood, your BM, what happened? Said, step back. Said, fall back. So it's important the defendant, Fat Joe, never denied plaintiff's insinuations. Prior beatings and redacted were committed on the defendant's order or at his instigation. Holy shit. Okay. Plaintiff personally witnessed defendant Cartagena uses burner phone to communicate with underage girls, particularly during late night hours or days leading up to out-of-town travel. These communications frequently occurred while defendant Cartagena was in hotel rooms, tour buses, and private locations. Based on direct observation as well as defendant Cartagena remarks, this phone was routinely used to coordinate clandestine meetings, reserve hotel accommodations, and manage travel logistics associated with sex encounters. Holy shit, man. There's so much shit here. Okay. There's a part where 50 Cent is mentioned. As I said, this is mostly gossip, right? Defendant's directive to assault rapper Mac Main. Fat Joe uses physical violence extended beyond retaliation. He also uses it to assert dominance over rival entertainers and enforce personal vendettas. Plaintiff recalls one such incident in which Cartagena ordered him to physically assault Mac Main, a well-known artist affiliated with Young Money label. He instructed plaintiffs and others of the terror squad to pound out Mac Main on sight. It didn't matter the time or place. If they saw him, they must attack him. This was in response to a comment that was allegedly made by Mac Main, in which he mocked defendant's Fat Joe's marriage and claimed he could sexually satisfy Fat Joe's wife better than Fat Joe could. According to the plaintiff, Fat Joe told Mac Main he crossed the line when he said that. He said, I know that fat nigga ain't fucking his wife right. I fuck the shit out of her if I get the chance. So although the plaintiff didn't carry out the assault, the directive itself reflects the defendant's operational practice of issuing verbal orders intended to result in violence. What the fuck? This is where he has a burner phone. They tried to lure the plaintiff into a violent trap. Fat Joe ordered and directed an assault on DMX. What the hell? Fat Joe used of violence extended beyond his internal crew. In one incident in Miami and Florida, defendant ordered the plaintiff. So Fat Joe ordered the plaintiff and another associate named Raul to confront and physically assault rapper DMX following a verbal dispute between DMX and someone in Fat Joe's circle. The defendant viewed the altercation as an act of public disrespect and ordered immediate retaliation. He instructed the plaintiff saying, if he acts up, take the hammer. The phrase take the hammer was understood within the enterprise to say use a firearm, not simply engage in physical or verbal confrontation. Although the plaintiff ultimately diffused the encounter and avoided using a violent outcome, his compliance in initiating the confrontation under the threat of the enterprise reprisal highlights that the defendant's orders were non-negotiable. With the structure of the enterprise, the verbal directives from the defendant, especially with those of threats of violence, were treated as mandatory. Holy shit. Give me 1 second. Right. Some tax stuff. So rather than viewing this, the defendants. Okay. Pistol Pete social media campaign affirming as repeat. Okay. Kill all rats. All right. So now this guy is outlining a civil RICO. So this is a civil RICO with predicate acts of forced labor, sex trafficking, witness retaliation, which probably is intimidation, conspiracy to commit violence, directive assault on DMX, stabbings, another stabbing, an assault directive, interstate sex trafficking of minors, commercial fraud, tax evasion and money laundering, PPP loan. Jesus Christ. How many? They put 24 predicate acts that they believe that Fat Joe has done. They're saying that Fat Joe has a RICO, like he has a criminal enterprise. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. So now they're going over the enterprise. These are the people, Fat Joe, this person. This is Fat Joe's daughter, supposedly. Slate is a conduit, which is a financial conduit. Believe that LLC does money laundering for them. This thing. Enforcers. Okay, Jesus Christ. All right. Anyway. Miami shit. I want to go read the 50 Cent thing. This is a lot. This is a lot, Chad. Let me just search. What the hell? They're saying Fat Joe cut fake pay stubs to just not pay taxes or something like that. They're showing compensation to show how much money was probably missed out on. Okay. So these are the counts, right? Can I see a side? Okay. So I think count one is the RICO. They're doing a civil RICO. And yes, there's criminal RICO and then there's civil RICO, okay? So when you sue someone in federal court, you could actually accuse them of having a civil RICO or a civil racketeering enterprise, right? Then count two is unjust enrichment. Count three is quantum merit, which is what? Recovery for reasonable services of reasonable value of services rendered. Okay, that's some like pay stuff. Count four is fraudulent concealment. And count five is constructive trust. Count six is fraudulent misrepresentation. Count seven is a civil RICO. So what's count one? What's count one then? Look, they got a little thing they made in Microsoft Word or Microsoft Paint. Holy shit. This is a lot. We see the DMX thing in here. I'm going to search for 50 Cent in a second. Give me a second. Bro, this is a lot of shit. It said the term ketchup was used by Fat Joe to signify stabbings. And apparently on a podcast that he has, his new podcast with Jadakiss, while talking about Tory Lanez being stabbed, he referred to it as ketchup. Fat Joe says, yo, sad news in hip hop, Tory Lanez caught ketchup. Let's see if we can find that clip. Fat Joe talking about Tory Lanez stabbing. Fat Joe talking. Here we go.
Oh, sad news in hip hop. Tory Lanez caught ketchup.
What?
Tory Lanez got stabbed 14 times in the yard.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you
sad.
your slang today is off.
Yo, what do you want?
Slang is out of this world, isn't it?
No, no.
Okay, so they're trying to say that this is a slang for stabbing form, and he publicly he coined the term and used it operationally in the enterprise. Okay. They say you got fraudulent shell companies. Man, this is a lot of shit, man. What's this? All right. So let me just search 50 Cent name. Okay, here we go. So in the civil RICO, one of the predicate acts is conspiracy to murder. What? 50 Cent assassination plot. Okay? The key participants was Fat Joe and unnamed enforcers, associates, and assassins. I like the word assassins, okay? Makes it sound important. Location was Florida and also New York City. They says Fat Joe engaged in a calculated and premeditated conspiracy to commit murder of rapper Curtis Jackson, known professionally as 50 Cent, around the time of 2006 to 2007. He was residing in Miami when he received a call reporting that 50 was present at a New York City venue. Fat Joe ordered the hit, but 50 was surrounded by Navy SEAL type security, and the would-be assassins were afraid to make the attempt. Enraged, Fat Joe openly admitted to placing a bag on 50's head, which is street slang for a bounty, and expressed frustration that he had not succeeded in executing the plot. He told associates that he's been trying to get this nigga for a minute, and that he lamented the failure of his terror squad crew to carry out the hit despite the multiple opportunities. The admission occurred at the Fat Joe's residence in Miami. The plaintiff was present when Fat Joe made these statements. The defendant was visibly distraught and shaken when discussing the plot's failure, suggesting not only intent and active planning, but also direct coordination with individuals acting on his behalf. The plot involved tracking 50 Cent's movements via his performance schedule, attempting to ambush him at multiple public venues. Despite the failure to carry out the assassinations, the defendant's statements confirm his role as the intellectual author and financier of a murder conspiracy designed to eliminate and perceived rival and solidify the defendant's dominance within the entertainment industry and criminal enterprise. Okay. All right. What else? Weaponized threats with firearms via law enforcement agents. Sexual coercion and forced orgies. Jesus Christ. As part of the ongoing enterprise, Fat Joe facilitated and orchestrated multiple sex trafficking events at corporate-sponsored locations affiliated with Market America, a company for which he served as a public spokesperson. These events included the use of luxury properties such as Market America Mansion in Miami, Florida, and Market America Yacht, where the plaintiff was coerced into participating in sexually degrading acts, including forced threesomes, orgies, and those occurred in front of the defendant and others. On one such occasion, Fat Joe forced the plaintiff to solicit a female attendee on the yacht. At the time, the plaintiff was talking to one of Jennifer Lopez's dancers on the yacht. Fat Joe forced the plaintiff to abandon his conversation and solicit a female attendee. Reluctantly, the plaintiff obliged, as he knew from past experience that Fat Joe wanted that woman to engage in group sex aboard the Market America yacht. The plaintiff, under pressure and threat of expulsion and financial retaliation, complied. The woman ultimately refused, prompting Fat Joe to shame the plaintiff and escalate his sexual demands in later incidents. Upon information believed that Market America Mansion surveillance systems, security personnel, and corporate staff were present during the instances where underage or recently turned 18 women were sexually exploited, plaintiff was made to participate in multiple orgies while Fat Joe stood by, masturbated. So Fat Joe masturbated and watched, using his position and psychological leverage to degrade both the plaintiff and the victim. On another occasion, Fat Joe forced plaintiff to convince a woman in North Carolina whom the plaintiff was dating to compel her 17-year-old daughter to spend time alone with Fat Joe in his hotel during a North Carolina Market in America event. The mother initially rejected the request, stating that her daughter was a minor. Defendant Cartagena, which is Fat Joe, insisted that he only wanted to talk and chill with the girl in private. The mother obliged, and the minor child went with Fat Joe to a sponsored hotel room. Market America and its founder, Lauren Ridner, have engulfed itself within Cartagena's enterprise. As recently as 2023, they sponsored a 53rd birthday bash for the defendant on a $100 million mega yacht. Okay. Sexual harassment cover-up. Oh my God, this shit never stops. Violence and intimidation of Cool and Dre. Cool and Dre produced a beat for 50 Cent hit song "Hate It or Love It." They view that this as betrayal, and to punish him and send a clear message, Fat Joe issued a direct and explicit order to the Enterprise enforcer, Pistol Pete, instructing him to deliver physical punishment coded as a clappy, meaning to physically assault or slap the target, as part of the violent lexicon. Following the directive, Torres forcibly entered Miami Dre's recording studio during an active recording session, publicly disrupting operations and asserting the Enterprise authority through overt physical aggression. Upon information and belief that Dre is significantly larger, he's 6'7", while Torres is 5'8". Nonetheless, Torres used physical force and intimidation, grabbing him by the neck, forcibly pulling him down to eye level, and explicitly threatened him with serious bodily harm if he ever collaborated with 50 Cent again. Oh my God. I ain't gonna lie, chat. This is so much reading. This is too much fucking reading for me. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let me hear this guy just say all this bullshit. Okay, wait. Let's see if we can find the interview.
T, I got you, yo. That kid, that nigga went and signed him. I'm not fucking with that kid. The nigga told me, bro, money up. I ain't that type of nigga. I'm not gonna fuck your money up, bro. I fuck bitches with you and all that, nigga, but these are bitches we don't know. Like, we ain't gotta see them again ever again in life if we choose not to, or they choose not to. But somebody that's in the family, that you brought in the family, that's supposed to be our sister, I'm not doing that, bro. And you see what's going on right now, Cho. Like, people are picking and choosing sizes, and they know the real, bro. They know the real, bro. Everybody know the real, bro.
So he felt like his artist liked you?
Yeah. I felt like she had like some type of little mini crush and stuff, because we was on a yacht too. We was on a yacht one time, and I was sitting down, and then she came and sat next to me, and she was talking to me and stuff like that. She was always polite. It wasn't nothing. I never pushed up. I never said nothing crazy, bro. It was
right.
But you can tell, bro. You can tell she was young. And then the nigga Tony Sunshine comes up to me and say, yo, don't fuck the money up. And I'm looking at this nigga like, nigga, you just got back down, nigga. You left for 13 years, nigga. And you dissed Joe, nigga. And you went and signed with somebody else, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. This nigga telling me, nigga, don't mess the money up. But look who's on the side of him. Tony Sunshine. I'm not bitter, bro. I'm not bitter, bro. I don't give a fuck about. I will never get on stage with Fat Joe again. Ever. I don't care about seeing Fat Joe. I don't care about saying what's up, Fat Joe. I don't care about anything that got anything to do with Fat Joe. I'm happy he's getting strong and he's becoming very successful because these are conversations he talked about with me. Yo, TA, I'm gonna take over. I'm gonna catch Khaled. Yo, this nigga Khaled, I'm gonna take over. TA, fucking Khaled, nigga, I'll put Khaled on. Yo, watch, yo, I'm gonna get this nigga. Yo, TA, he doing this to me. TA, why? TA, he went to Young Money. He went over here with Rick Ross. TA, nice with JC. Damn, this nigga Khaled is gonna make $1 billion. TA, that's what it's about. I listened to all that, nigga, all that shit, crying, bro. I was there for all that. Khaled wasn't there, bro. And niggas talk about loyalty. 50 Cent went in Khaled mother's house or wherever they went and took video of her. Took video of her. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, the laundromat. At the laundromat, yeah.
And then deserves to eat, right? Cool. I'm not worried about nobody else's pockets but mine.
Okay.
Right? But
he just was making promises like, yo, TA, I got you. When you do this album, when we finish this album, I'm gonna bless you.
So a year ago, this guy doesn't say nothing about fucking kids, but now he's saying it.
He never said how much. He never said how much. He just said, I'm gonna bless you. I know he had a car, the Coca Baby, the Benz Coupe. It was like a pearl white joint. Fire. It said Coca Baby on the back of it. He was like, yo, when you finish this album, because I think we was working on Jose 2 at the time. And he was like, yo, when you finish this album, yo, I'm giving you the Coca Baby as a gift. I'm gonna just give it to you. You put in so much work. I'm gonna give you the Coca Baby as a gift. Coca Baby never came, and I never asked for it. I never said, yo, Joe, what's up with the Coca Baby? The album is done. I never stood on 2 and spoke to him like that. I just was like, all right, it's cool, because I also looked at it like, I'm gonna get my fair shot to make money. I'm in with Fat John. I know everybody keeps saying, yo, but why you kept going back? Because I felt like it was home. Yes, I needed money, but at the end of the day, it wasn't really about money. Because if it was about money, I wouldn't have never did what I was doing for free. I would have bounced and kept it pushing. It was about my relationship with Fat Joe. I felt like he was a real one, and I cared. I cared about his career, Choke. I cared. I wanted to see him win. I felt like, yo, Joe, you win. We all win. Like, Joe used to always say, yo, we gonna be rich. Oh, yo, I just got this check. We got it. We got money. And I was like, yo, Joe, you got money. And then he'll look at me like, nah, TA, we good. You good too, TA. I'm like, nah, Joe, like, I'm with you. I'm celebrating with you, but this is your shit. It ain't mine. It ain't my government wasn't on the check. Like, I never made $10,000 at one time on Fat Joe. Like, one time. Like, a check that said 10 bands. So if I ain't never get a check that said 10 bands, then you know we can't even go past that. Like, I made some money with him, but I put in so much work, bro. I went like 4 years getting $250, $300 a show, bro. Like, it's embarrassing, bro. Like, I used to beef with my girls, bro, at the time, but I was looking at it like, it's about the future. It's about my.
All right. Chat, you guys can go. I'll put this whole thing on the site. So if you guys do want to watch or read through all 157 pages, you guys could absolutely do it. I'm not going to be doing it. Fat Joe investigated for sexual assault. What? Joe insisted on running trains and forcing group sexual participation. In Milwaukee, he groped a female concert goer when he put his hands up the woman's skirt and grabbed her vagina. The woman was a guest of the plaintiff. Miami, Joe forced the plaintiff to come to his hotel room to have sex with a woman he brought back after the concert. At that time, the other members of TS were present in the room. Plaintiff and the woman went to the bathroom, and the defendant kicked the door open and shouted, yo, that nigga got a snake. Look at that nigga dick. Yo, get your dick hard, TA. Get your dick hard. What the hell? One of the individuals in the room responded, yo, Joe, man, I'm not going to stand here and watch this nigga's dick. Plaintiff, deeply uncomfortable, was routinely pressured to participate in sex acts under the surveillance or in the presence of others, including defendant and other enterprise members. The acts were staged to demonstrate his sexual control over both male and female victims and to test their loyalty and force vulnerability and submission. They suffered. Okay, all right. Wow. I think this lawsuit probably has a little bit of truth, a lot of embellishment. What's what? I don't know, right? But I do think it's kind of funny that they're saying pretty much the same thing as the Diddy trial, that all these celebrities now all of a sudden like to force their homies to fuck women in front of them, and they just watch and masturbate. Okay, I guess. What's this? Okay. Here's some more things. As part of a recurrent pattern, they forced the plaintiff in a situation with sexual exhibitionism, repeatedly subjecting him to degrading non-consensual scenarios involving nudity and performance voyeurism. Here's some key incidents. Spain. So the defendant called the plaintiff's hotel room and demanded that he bring condoms to Fat Joe's room. When he entered the room, the defendant was bent over with his palm pressed firmly on the mattress. Wait, what? Fat Joe's back was arched, buttocks. Bro, I'm done with this shit, man. Bro, I'm done. Nigga, so when he comes in the room, bro, Fat Joe is spread eagle, palms on the bed with an arch in his back. The mere details that y'all had to put in the lawsuit, that Fat Joe was bent over with his palms pressed firmly on the mattress and his back was arched and his buttocks were spread and he had two French girls on their knees behind him. It says one female was rimming the defendant while the... Yo, this lawyer is something else. Nah, chill, bro. Nah. What? It says one was rimming the defendant while the other was knuckling him. What the fuck is knuckling? What's knuckling? Knuckling. Sex. What the fuck? Knuckling is when you put your whole fist, I guess in this situation, into the asshole. Yo, Fat Joe, bro. You supposed to be gangster, bro. Like, niggas can't say this type of shit about you and you let it fly, bro. The guy is saying that he walks in the room. Fat Joe is on his all fours with an arch in his back. One girl is licking his asshole, licking the rim of it. And another chick got her hand squarely in Fat Joe's anus. Didn't I tell you this is the best way to defame people? Just file a lawsuit. Oh, my God. What the hell? One was knuckling him. The defendant instructed the plaintiff to join him. What? The two women turned their heads around, and their faces were soaked with liquid dripping from their chin. Pause. Yo, stop it, bro. The women turn around. Their faces were soaked with liquid dripping from their chins while trying not to gag. What liquid could come out of that nigga's asshole? What the hell? All right, now I'm confused. How these chicks got liquid on their face? All right, I'm confused as one motherfucker out here. Nah, this is crazy. Okay. Plaintiff rejected the demand by saying he ain't feel well. This was one of the handful of times that the defendant did not threaten him into submission. So that happened in Spain. Yo. The irony of a nigga named Joey Crack getting his crack licked and getting knuckled is crazy. Like, yo, Joe, Fat Joe, for the record, I don't believe this. Like, I'm not believing this shit. Somebody said that's booty juice act. Booty juice? Yo, come on, bro. North Carolina, after an event, Ta and a guest went back to the hotel room. JB, which is one of the Fat Joe's henchman knocked on the hotel room but couldn't get in. JB knew that Todd was in the room with the female guest. Instead of respecting his privacy, he went to the front desk, pretended to be Todd, got a spare key to open the room. He entered the room and attacked the female guest. When Todd exited the shower, JB was on the bed attempting to finger pop the guest without her consent. Todd demanded that JB and the female guest leave. This incident represents another example of the environment that Fat Joe created within the enterprise. Plaintiff had no privacy, and the defendant made it clear the plaintiff was open to sexual exploitation by all members of the RICO organization. Check out what happened in Germany. In another occasion, Todd was called into Fat Joe's room. Fat Joe demanded Todd bring his girl into the room too, that they could have an orgy, and that Fat Joe could watch as Todd fucked his bitch. On this occasion, JB violated the plaintiff's autonomy. He came to the defendant's hotel room door, started banging for 10 minutes, yelling, please God, let me in. Let me up in that bit. The defendant responded, what you want, JB? There's only 2 women in here. Eventually, the defendant opened the door. That's Fat Joe, opened the door. JB sprinted to the bed and jumped face first between the... Yo, chat, man, this is some fucker, bro. He said the nigga ran, sprinted, and jumped face first, and landed his face in pussy between the legs of the 2 women. This was another incident made possible by Fat Joe. On another occasion, the plaintiff was engaged in a forced orgy and was in the middle of having a sexual intercourse with a woman. Cartagena was on adjacent bed engaging in the sexual intercourse with a woman. Cartagena stopped what he was doing, stood up, smacked the plaintiff on his rear end. What the fuck? So, you know, like one of them basketball slaps? Yo, good job, bro. So he slaps his ass while he's having sex with the girl. Cartagena was on an adjacent bed engaging in intercourse. Fat Joe stopped what he was doing, stood up, smacked him on his rear end, and shouted the following. Yeah, harder, TA, harder, Ta. Fuck that bitch harder. Confusingly, while Fat Joe's female companion laid waiting for him to return, he opted to just masturbate while the plaintiff was having sex. So Fat Joe just stopped having sex with his chick and just wanted to masturbate while watching that nigga fuck. In Milwaukee, okay, we read this one already. Then in Miami, holy shit. Now this is some bullshit, man. This is some shit, chat. This nigga said Fat Joe forced him to have orgies. Let's read what they're trying to say about Rock Nation. Oh, they said Rock Nation was just getting 10%. All right, they said sex trafficking by coercion. Okay. At least one instance, defendant canceled the plaintiff return home flight after the plaintiff expressed discomfort with the coercive sexual dynamic. This act rendered the plaintiff stranded abroad without shelter or resources for several days. On one occasion, plaintiff was forced to have a threesome with Fat Joe and a female fan. The plaintiff rejected the demand, pretending to be ill. Defendant Cartagena disregarded the complaint and yelled at him to pull his dick out. Nigga, take your dick out, nigga. What the fuck? Plaintiff obliged. The woman consented, and as she was straddling the defendant, was straddling Fat Joe, plaintiff began anally penetrating her. So they were DPing her. Defendant Cartagena was very excited and screaming about how long he waited to do this. While Fat Joe was outwardly bragging, the plaintiff felt sick as his Bro, I'm done, bro. I'm done, bro. I'm done, bro. Bro, I am done, bro. Nah, this is crazy. Give me 1 second. I'm done. I don't even know what to say, chat. I'm done. I don't know. I'm done, bro. The dude said he felt sick as his genitals inadvertently brushed against the genitals of Fat Joe's. In another point, imagine, the visions that you got to think about. Fat Joe back in this time was like 695 pounds. That's crazy. But whatever. Fat Joe began shouting during another interaction. Yo, Ta, she squirted on me, Ta. When it was over, Fat Joe left the female on the bed, pulled out his phone, and began recording the plaintiff's penis. What? Without his consent. On another occasion, after a concert, Fat Joe called the plaintiff to his hotel room. He forced the plaintiff to have an orgy with an extra female that was in his room. As the plaintiff was performing oral sex with the female, Fat Joe stopped having sex with his female. Oh, yeah, we read this one already. Man, this is just some shit, man. They claim Fat Joe basically gay, tried to kill 50 Cent, tried to kill DMX, was fucking children. Brother, I ain't gonna lie to you. This type of lawsuit is crazy. Did my man look? Give me 1 second. Chat, this is some bullshit. Did he speak about the Fat Joe lawsuit? I want to hear like an actual legal expert talk about this. No. All right. Oh, let me hear Joe Tacopina. He talks about this a good amount. Joe. Then we're gonna get to the Diddy case.
Right. But moving on. So the reason I wanted to bring you.
Okay. So here we go. Doesn't Tacopina talk about this somewhere? Fat Joe. I thought he spoke about this before. I guess not.
Rap group named Proof, who was tragically shot and killed.
Oh, that's Mark Garagos. Here we go.
In Detroit.
This guy with a straight face is suing because he was forced to have sex acts. Is he saying that these sex acts were forced, coerced,
minors, and I believe he's also including trafficking. Again, this is me doing headline keyword searches as I speak to you.
Do
here.
we know who the lawyer is for the hype man?
No, that's so far I'm coming up empty on. I'm only seeing that Fat Joe's got Tacopina. That's the only lawyer I've been able to find in my quick.
We ought to get Joe on next week if this gains any traction. I'd love to talk to Joe about this.
Yeah, I agree. I think that'd be very interesting.
I love it. Now, Brett had a couple of stories that were very interesting this week, didn't you think?
Yeah, the one about the dogs in New York I thought was.
All right, we're trying to find like anybody with some legal mind actually saying that this even makes sense. By the way, 50 Cent laughed at the idea that, Fat Joe was trying to kill him. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that maybe back in the day they loosely was saying, man, we don't fuck with 50, man. Somebody should do something to him. But clearly 50, 50 don't. Give me a second. 50 Cent, Fat Joe. I think 50 Cent even called it a shakedown. I ain't even gonna lie to you. This is what 50 Cent said. I think he deleted it though. No, it's still up there. He says these baseless accusations and claims are not credible. I'm sorry. Joe has to endure public scrutiny and damage to his reputation. This is a stick up. I wrote this hook. I should have kept this one. Yeah. Bullshit. Typical bullshit. Okay. All right. I don't even think Court TV or anyone is Law and Crimes, Fat Joe. Maybe they covered it. Let's hear this. Okay, not even them are covering this bullshit. What the hell? Just give me 1 second, chat. Fat Joe. Yeah, nobody's really covering this shit. Yeah, nobody really covering this shit yet. Okay, we'll see. Anyway, so yesterday, and we're gonna get into the current update on what's going on today. But yesterday, as I said, court pretty much ended with no more witnesses. They're gonna get into the instruction part of the entire case. The defense rested their case yesterday. They read a bunch of things into the exhibits. They put a bunch of exhibits into evidence. And now is going to be the time where they argue about, they try to do the Rule 29 thing, which is they wanted a directed verdict from the judge about a few things, right? To say, hey, Banna's story was such bullshit, it's perjurous, that you should just say the entire RICO case, which her testimony was supposed to be important to the RICO, you should do a directed verdict of not guilty. Now, there are some updates that happened today. We're not going to get to that yet, but let's just fully wrap yesterday because we didn't wrap it. And I know y'all love when I play Lauren Conlon, don't y'all? Let's watch. We're going to watch 2 videos real quick. But it's wrapping up yesterday. Here we go.
You really need.
Ooh, actually, no.
The two predators.
Okay. So this is it.
We are on day 29, week 7 of the United States. She was done. He said, "I'm great, Your Honor." And then right as Judge Subramanian was about to say something else, Diddy said, "And I think you're doing an excellent job, Judge." And he's like, "Thank you." And then he went on to question him, just confirming that it was his decision alone, that he would not be testifying in his own trial. And, did you discuss this with your attorneys at length, et cetera, et cetera? And Diddy confirmed, yes, it's my decision alone that I won't be testifying. And yes, I thoroughly discussed this with my attorneys.
Okay,
and right before that was when Alexandra Shapiro argued Rule 29, where she actually argued that all 5 charges should be dismissed for various reasons. And I can go over those reasons as well, and I will. But let's go back to the beginning of the morning at 8:45, because there was a sufficient evidentiary discussion based on the defense's evidence that they were submitting for their case in chief. And the government had 9 objections. 3 were fully sustained. And for 2 of these objections, they came to a partial agreement where some of it could be admitted and some of it couldn't, or it had to be redacted. And then the remainder was admitted as is. So, and again, these are just text messages between Cassie and Diddy. But what I'll tell you right now is the text messages that were not admitted, the ones that were not admitted, there was a message about Cassie saying that she wanted to do it with Diddy in his office. And this was not admitted because the judge agreed with the government that this was not this did not have anything to do with the alleged trafficking, even though the defense said, well, it's around the same time period. And they were like, no, this doesn't really matter. And then there was another sustained objection about when Diddy wanted Cassie to go to couples counseling, and she said no. The defense said, this undermines the government's theory of coercion because Cassie's refusing to engage in this couples therapy. And
by the way, just as I predicted, Alex Spiro has announced that he filed documents, which is a motion to appear. He will be representing Rock Nation in the matter of Terrence Dixon versus Fat Joe. He's already submitted a motion to dismiss, and he says Rock Nation has nothing to do with any of this, and Rock Nation alleged role in the case, according to the plaintiff himself, is that they became Fat Joe's management company in 2017. In that capacity, they earned a commission on the revenue that he generated. That's the sum of the total, which it says that's the sum of the total of what the plaintiff alleges Rock Nation did here. Nowhere did the plaintiff allege that anything that was done by Rock Nation that they knew about, assisted, suspected, or any otherwise that was complicit in any alleged misconduct by Mr. Cartagena or Fat Joe or anyone else. And it says, yet according to the plaintiff, the fact that Rock Nation had a business relationship with Fat Joe somehow makes them part of a RICO. They're saying that's crazy. And how does that make them part of a sex trafficking ring? And how does that make them an aider and an abetter of any alleged conduct? So there is a motion to dismiss. And as I predicted, Alex Spiro is going to take that fight on. I think that motion is going to get 100% approved, and I think they're going to get Rock Nation out of that by, I told you, a month, okay? Okay. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to, hold on. Yeah, I'm skipping to last night, low key. So something important happened in the Diddy case last night, and rather than going over exactly what Lauren Conlon is saying, let me just jump directly to this. Give me a second. Just give me 1 second here, Chad. So the government actually moved to remove a few of the predicate acts in this Diddy case right before it goes to, hold on. I'm trying to pull up the document for y'all. Yeah. All right. Just give me 1 second. Okay. I just like having the actual page. That's the thing. Okay, here we go. Sorry. All right, so the government basically submits, and just to give you like an update on really what's going on, it's about to go to jury in a few days. The government realizes that their case doesn't look too good, right? And just being honest, some of the things they didn't adequately prove. Now, I think there's two reasons why they did this move last night, and they filed this document to alert the judge that they will not be pursuing certain charges. And actually, it's within, Diddy still had the same amount of charges, but it's certain predicate offenses. That's the real accurate way to put this across. The reason why is that they didn't do a good job proving a few things. First of all, arson. Okay, Kid Cudi's car got blown up or firebombed. they never really proved that was Diddy. They just proved that it's reasonable to assume it was Diddy because he had an argument and a beef with Kid Cudi, but nothing that actually showed that it was Diddy. DNA found that the scene was a female. What else? There's a glove in there that they didn't really check. They just assumed after Kid Cudi said it was his. There's nothing that linked this. Diddy never, Kid Cudi gets up on the stand and says Diddy never told him that he firebombed the car. So there's nothing that really links Diddy to doing that crime. So when y'all have it as a predicate offense, where, remember, it takes 2 for a RICO, right? Y'all didn't even prove it. And they know they didn't prove it, right? Kid Cudi never said that Diddy admitted it. Nobody said that Diddy admitted it. There was further evidence that was at LAPD or something of the sort, or the fire investigator guy, and they said that got destroyed or basically tarnished, so the full investigation wasn't done properly. So it's like there's nothing that really made Diddy guilty of that specifically. So they're taking it out of the entire case. They're almost like saying, Diddy, you got this one, right? Also, kidnapping. There's kidnapping of 2 people they're taking out. Kidnapping of, number 1, Capricorn Clark. Capricorn Clark told his story that Diddy had lost some jewelry, and Diddy didn't know who lost the jewelry or who stole it. Diddy has sent messages to the team saying, yo, whoever who stole it, if y'all return it, no smoke, no problems. Nobody does that. Nobody returns it. Nobody says anything. And Diddy takes his most trusted like security guy and basically has that person bring them to a warehouse like for days for some people and interrogates them, yo, like trying to figure out who does it. Later on, he brings in a lie detector test to see who stole the jewelry. Now, the feds are claiming this was kidnapping. They're saying that these people were brought to this warehouse against their will, and they weren't allowed to leave until Diddy told them they could leave. That would be what kidnapping is. Also, Cassie. Cassie got her ass beat one time, and because she had injuries to her face, apparently Diddy had told her, had told the security guards, hey, bring her to the London hotel, make sure she doesn't leave because she has these injuries on her face, and we got to nurse her back to health because her face looks fucking crazy. Now, here's the reason why I think both of those charges they're not pursued anymore. I think they thought they were going to bring one of the security guards on the stand. The security guards who were there, who would be a co-conspirator, holding someone against their will at the direction of Diddy, that would prove kidnapping. But no, none of the security guards are talking. None of the security guards have said that they did A, B, C, or D. So at this point, it's like you're taking the word of the person. And then, of course, there just isn't enough to like fully beyond a reasonable doubt prove that these people were actually kidnapped, right? Is there anybody at the hotel that would say Cassie couldn't leave? Do you know the name of the person who was doing the lie detector test that will assert or, attribute like, oh, no, you couldn't leave? None of those things, right? So they're dropping those, and then they're dropping sex trafficking under the RICO. Now, so basically, like, for example, Mia, right? Now, it's a little bit, I'm trying to explain this to you in the most, the jurors are going to be so fucking confused because I feel like I know a little bit more than the average beer, and I'm even confused. So the way they charged sex trafficking, they charged it under RICO. Then they charged it by itself for 2 people, Jane Doe, Cassie. The Jane Doe and Cassie sex trafficking charge still exists. So Diddy could be found guilty of sex trafficking on Cassie or Daphne Joy. But sex trafficking as a part of his criminal enterprise, that they're kind of giving up on that, which that's kind of interesting because they're now saying we give up on trying to prove that the enterprise knew that Diddy was sex trafficking and willingly did it for him, whether it was people who were responsible for payments, financial officers, or bodyguards or assistants. All the assistants testified, we just thought Diddy was doing some personal shit. We didn't know this is sex trafficking. So they're taking sex trafficking from the organizational level, and they're claiming that Diddy did it himself to 2 women, Cassie and Daphne Joy. So they're giving up on, like, they're kind of admitting that they didn't do a good job of proving this enterprise shit. They didn't do a good job of proving it. And I'm going to be honest with you. So this RICO charge is falling apart. The RICO charge is falling apart. Now they charged Diddy, and let me see if I could pull this up. They had charged Diddy with 7, right? They charged Diddy. Oh my God, which one? Oh fuck. Sorry, give me 1 second, chat. Give me 1 second. Is this? No, that's the sealed indictment. No, I gotta find the latest indictment. Let me find the latest indictment. Give me 1 second. Indictment. Superseding 2. Superseding. Okay. So there's 3 of them. Superseding indictment 3. Okay, so it's 2 times. Okay, got it. Sorry, chat. Yeah, just give me 1 second. Okay. All right, perfect. Okay, here we go. So this is the latest superseding indictment. So this was basically what brought Diddy to trial, right? This is superseding indictment 3, SS3. Oh, yeah, I can't see it. Oh, shit, my bad. Right here. This is superseding indictment 3, as you can see, says S3. And there was three indictments. There was the first indictment, that was the sealed one. That's when they arrested him. Then there was a superseding indictment 1. They added multiple more victims because there was only 1 victim at first. That was Cassie. Then they added Jane Doe. And then, they basically said there was 5 victims, but they only still charged in the superseding indictment 3 for Cassie and Daphne, but they put the other victims of sex trafficking under RICO. So they didn't get standalone charges, which usually means it's just it's probably harder to prove that, right? So they're giving up on some of this stuff. Okay, what the fuck? No, I wanted the full. Oh my God, sorry. Superseding indictment. Is it this? Sorry, I don't have the right thing here. It's filed unredacted. No, it's 208. Okay, sorry. Trying to get y'all all the criminal. Again, we're gonna have to be reading some of this stuff, So just bear with me. Where the fuck is? Isn't it that? No. Where the hell is the superseding indictment? Superseding indictment. Redacted. Okay, it's 209. Okay. This shit is. Thank God for coffee, because it's like all this damn reading. All right, we got it. Sorry, chat. All right, here we go. Okay, so here's superseding indictment 3, all right? All right, bet. So, as I said, they start off with the enterprise shit. You got to do that before you this is the count 1, which is a RICO. And then they have victim, I think they say even victim 5, victims of So they said 3 female victims, but then they had other victims. You get what I'm saying? Now, remember, all of these were predicate offenses, right? So this was one of them here. I'm surprised they didn't dismiss also the guns as well. Because, like, did you really prove that he had guns? Like, what the fuck? Like the feds, I ain't gonna lie. The feds didn't look too good in this one. All right, so let's see. Hold on, chat. Methods and means. Let's go look at the predicate acts. Predicate acts. Where is he at? Let me keep scrolling down. Okay, here we go. So kidnapping, that was one of the first ones, right? That was their first predicate offense, and they're giving up on it, right? Arson, that was their second one. They're giving up on that. Bribery, I don't know if they're giving up on that one, but remember, they have tampering with witness and bribery, damn near almost the same thing. Then they had forced labor. I think they are giving up on that too. And then they have sex trafficking. They're giving up on that too. I'm going to be honest with you. This RICO case is like looking crazy now. So the ones that they're still keeping there, they're still keeping prostitution, which I'm not going to lie. I think they did a good job of proving prostitution, right? It was clear that, to me, being honest, it was clear that Diddy's paying for sex, right? And he was transporting people to pay for sex. You get what I'm saying? Which is prostitution. Then do I think they prove intent to distribute with this drug shit? Nah. I think Diddy was taking personal drugs. What else? Okay. And all right, cool. Yeah. So essentially for the things that they're dismissing, A, B, they're leaving C and D. So basically for him to get caught on this RICO or found guilty, he has to be found guilty of bribery. Do you think I don't think they proved bribery. I'm sorry. I don't think they did. I think there's a case for it, but I don't think without a doubt bribery was proved. Nah. Because also, here's the thing. The reasonable doubt is going to be, even with the $100,000, right, paying for the video, I didn't know police were investigating it. I didn't know police were looking for the video, right? It's the same thing with tampering with the witness. I didn't know there was a grand jury. I just hit somebody up. I didn't know that you guys were looking for this shit, right? Let me see. So these still exist, but I think these are weak. Okay, forced labor. Right? I'm not buying this shit. Forced labor? Hell nah. I'm not buying this shit either. But I think this stays. Does it stay? Give me a second. Does it stay? Okay, sex trafficking, forced labor instruction. While the government has taken serious the consideration for the court's desire for brevity, the government still strongly believes that certain limited additional instruction on sex trafficking, forced labor, whatever that are necessary for the jury to adequately understand the law on these charges. Each of these instructions reflect established case law and are directly relevant to key issues in the case. Moreover, without such instructions, the government has serious concerns that the jury may misunderstand and apply the law for both charges. Okay. So they're saying they're requesting instructions that. Wait, hold on. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. All right, give me 1 second. I actually got to go grab something. I do. I got to grab something from the front door. All right, just watch Lauren Conlon for like 2 seconds. I'm grabbing something from the front door, right?
The government again just said, this is hearsay. Cassie never talked about this on the stand, whatever. I didn't quite understand the defense's argument about it going to the effect of, or the theory of coercion, because she's refusing to go, but it doesn't matter because the judge sided with the government. That was not admitted. And what was the last one? Oh, there was something about a thread about Cassie decorating a hotel room for Diddy on Valentine's Day. And this was partially admitted. Some of the photos, the defense was trying to show that she did this on her own accord. Nobody asked her to. And the government, again, argued hearsay because Cassie never discussed this. They couldn't really match up. They couldn't match things up with her testimony and certain things on the chart, although this was mentioned on the chart. So they are going to allow some of the pictures in. I guess she took some pictures of a hotel room, but not some of the actual text messages. Okay, so again, I'm going to just go a little bit out of order, but basically Tenny Garagos, she had indicated yesterday that her cross-examination would most likely last about 90 minutes. Well, it ended up lasting a lot longer than 90 minutes. I believe it lasted close to over 3 hours. It was pretty intense and long, and she was really trying to get in those text messages from Jane, those really explicit text messages, really trying to show that Jane was a willing participant. I'll get into some of those after. But when she was finished and it was time for redirect, Maureen Comey was not messing around. Normally, Maureen Comey, her demeanor is just very contained, I guess. She got up there a little bit louder than normal, I would say, slightly more aggressive. Again, I think she was done. She had it with this long, drawn-out cross-examination, and she really wanted to have this mic drop moment, perhaps, to end the government's case, because this was their last witness, and they rested after this. So she gets up there, and she says, Special Agent Cerciello, we just looked at financial records for Sean Combs. Did they reflect that Sean Combs paid to transport Cabral Williams across state lines for objection? And then Maureen Comey reworded that in a similarly yet slightly less aggressive manner, which caused another objection and then a sidebar. After the sidebar, things cooled off a little bit, but I was like, wow, I had never seen Maureen Comey like that in the courtroom. And I guess if I'm going to offer some kind of opinion, my opinion would be that she knew what she was saying probably wouldn't fly on the record, but she really needed to get that across so the jury would hear it and they would sense the urgency in her tone and maybe the verbiage that she used, which kind of matched up to the indictment and the charges. So just going back really quickly to Tenny Garagos' cross, the poor jury saw 7 more explicit video clips.
All right. Thank you guys for understanding. All right. So let's get back to this really quickly. So we're trying to understand what the hell's happening. So it looks like the government is realizing they didn't do a good job of certain things, right? But they're also realizing they could possibly confuse the fuck out of the jury to the point that the jury just don't know what's happening. And it's probably going to hurt them to get a conviction if the jury got to come back out of the deliberation room, ask the judge what this means. So they will need clear instructions, right? Clear instructions, right? Okay. So specifically, the government has removed instructions from the charge, right? From the charge relating to attempted kidnapping, under both California and New York law. Attempted arson and aiding and abetting sex trafficking. The government is no longer planning to proceed on these theories of liability, so instructions are not necessary. Okay? So they are. So let's go back to the indictment, which is important. We've got to cross references against that. So it's the aiding and abetting. Oh, right here. So this is the aiding and abetting for sex trafficking, right? And this is one of the predicate acts. So they're no longer going forward with trying to pursue these theories, as they're going to call it. They're also saying that arson, they're not really pursuing either. So they still are pursuing sex trafficking. So I got that wrong. They're still pursuing sex trafficking under, which is this. So that's F. The straight up sex trafficking under RICO, which I still think they did a bad job of proving, because it's, yeah, but you can't, other than KK, who I guess that's why they kept reading her text into evidence. They're saying KK facilitated this, right? They're saying the security guards facilitated this. They're saying that also kind of like the assistants facilitated it, even though none of the assistants claim that they knew it was going on. But that's what they're basically claiming, right? So let's keep reading this thing. The government has also attempted to simplify the language relating to count one. Count one is obviously the RICO case, the RICO charge. The proposal is explained in the government's comment, Bubbles, is that the government hopes to not only serve the purpose of streamlining the instructions, but also will avoid confusion as the operative agreement for count one. So sex trafficking and forced labor, right? So these are the things that they are pursuing, right? So they told us what they're taking out. This is what they are pursuing. So they're pursuing sex trafficking. And said, while the government has taken seriously the court's desire for brevity, the government still strongly believes that certain limited additional instructions on sex trafficking and forced labor, instructions which are regularly given in sex trafficking and forced labor trials in the circuit, are necessary for the jury to adequately understand the law on these charges. Each of these instructions reflect established case law and direct relevant to key issues in the case. Moreover, without such instructions, the government has serious concerns that the jury may misunderstand the applicable law for both charges, which are extremely complex legal concepts about which jurors may have preconceived mistaken notions. The government has listed the precedent for these instructions in its comments, the forced labor and sex trafficking sections, and requests to charge. To avoid repeating the law and precedent here, the government limits the below largely to providing the government's reasons why, based on particular facts and issues at trial. Okay, so this is what they're saying. They're saying their instruction for sex trafficking is this: earlier consent, and this is what they want to be written down as instructions for each charge that they have to think about. Each charge, it says earlier consent is not determinative, which means due to the particular facts of this case, the government believes that it's imperative that the court inform the jury that prior consensual sexual activity is not determinative of whether a victim was sex trafficked. As this court is well aware, the facts of this case involve instances of sex trafficking of Jane and Miss Ventura. Sorry. That which has instances of consensual sexual activity, a topic that's likely to be discussed extensively by both parties during closing arguments. So they're saying, listen, both Cassie and Daphne Joy at some point had consensual sex with Diddy, but that does not mean that they consented to every type of sex. And specifically, you're talking about freak-off sex, right? Okay. It's the Second Circuit law. Okay, cool. The same is true for forced labor. The government's forced labor theory focuses on 4 victims: Cassie and Jane, with regards to their participation in the freak-offs or hotel nights; Mia and Capricorn Clark, with regard to their employment for the defendant. Similar to sex trafficking, Cassie and Jane's prior consensual sexual activities does not preclude a finding that later non-consensual sex acts are forced labor. Okay? All right, so they're trying to like put some earmarks in here to say, yo, not because someone consented or was down to work for someone means that they were down to do everything, right? Requested instruction 2. The payment was not determinative. The government respectfully requests that the court instruct the jury that sex trafficking and labor and payment to the victim for that conduct are not mutually exclusive. For sex trafficking, now you know this is about Jane, because Jane was receiving $10,000. So the jury might be confused. Well, you're not getting sex trafficked, you're a prostitute. You're a sex worker. So you're getting paid for your sex acts. You're not getting trafficked. You're just doing sex work. They're saying not because someone got payment, Jane Doe, means that she was not sex trafficked. As she testified around April 23rd, defendant Jane entered into a multi-year love contract under which the defendant agreed to pay her rent, $10,000 a month. While that contract was in effect, and in part, the contract, the government alleges she was trafficked. Because jurors may be under the mistaken impression that someone can't be coerced if they receive compensation, the government requests that the jury be instructed as to the law that payment alone does not preclude finding of guilt towards sex trafficking. Okay? Okay. It says, because the forced labor victims also receive money or gifts from the defendant, it's also important to instruct the jury that payment does not preclude. Okay, so cool. Then the next request is that cumulative conduct. They're saying that the proposed additional charge language instructs the defendant. Instructing the defendant that they may consider a defendant's cumulative conduct is particularly necessary for this case. For the jury trial, the government has introduced evidence not only of threats and harms directed at Ms. Ventura over multiple years by the defendant, but also the defendant threats and abuse of others, which Ms. Ventura was aware. Under the law, a jury may consider all of this conduct in assessing whether a victim was coerced. So they're saying, not because Cassie might have sent a text saying, yo, let's do a freak off tonight, means she wasn't coerced to do that freak off. You have to take into account that there's a pattern of conduct by Diddy. If she wanted to make sure she didn't get an ass whooping, she may have just done it. That's still coercion, right? Cool. All right. All right. Requested instruction 4, physical restraint. Based on a cross-examination of Jane and Mia, the government respectfully requests the court briefly instruct the jury that physical restraints are not required to establish sex trafficking and forced labor. As this court is aware, one of the key witnesses of trafficking of Jane that the government intends to discuss at length in its closing, and which involves the defendant's assault and subsequent freak-off involving her in June 2024. During this cross-examination about the incident, the defense counsel extensively questioned Jane about the times she could have escaped. And I think that was Brian Steele who did that. He said, does the back gate have a capability for you to leave the house? Asking if she has other family members in Los Angeles. Moreover, today's Rule 29 motion, the defense counsels argued again that Jane could have not been trafficked on this date because she could have left. So they're saying that not because she wasn't physically restrained or prevented from leaving doesn't mean she wasn't trafficked. Okay. Requested instruction for 5. Okay, this is 5th instruction they want. The defendant need not receive something of value. The government respectfully requests that the court adds a single sentence to its charge on sex trafficking to clarify that the defendant need not be the person who receives a thing of value from a sex act. So they're saying not because Diddy was not fucking doesn't mean he wasn't receiving benefit from the sex act. Okay? Commercial sex act need not occur. They're saying that we need a short instruction reflecting back to the Black Law Letter, proposition that a completed sex act is not required for a sex trafficking conviction. Without such a charge, a jury may incorrectly think that a commercial sex act must occur for a sex trafficking conviction. The phrase would be used to cause from the statute is not readily understandable for non-lawyers and may be misunderstood by jurors as requiring that a commercial sex act happen. Second, this law is relevant to the facts of this case. For example, Your Honor is aware, given one specific instance of the alleged sex trafficking, the government has focused on, during this case, its incident at the Intercontinental Hotel. The government has presented evidence that the defendant kicked and dragged her in the direction of the hotel room where an escort was standing by for a freak-off that had been already in progress. A juror could think that, even though a commercial sex act did not occur immediately after, because that was also what Diddy's lawyers argued. They said even when Diddy beat her and dragged her back to the room, they never had sex afterwards. So this idea that Diddy would beat the women and then force them to have sex, supposedly only one time that happened with Jane Doe. She got her ass whipped in the shower. And that's when Diddy found out that she was going to allegedly Kanye West freak-offs, allegedly, yes. We don't know if it's yay. And she was talking to this fucking guy, and she linked him. She linked the sex worker outside of Diddy's thing, and Diddy was like, "How dare you go to another man's freak off?" You know, and went through her phone and seen that they were communicating. Beat her ass in the thing, invited him over, and then watched him fuck her. Reckless disregard. Okay. With respect to more detailed reckless disregard instruction, we anticipate one of the key witnesses as to count 2 and 4 will be whether the defendant had requisite knowledge that Ms. Ventura and Jane felt forced into engaging into these things. While knowledge, a term people use for their everydays, is likely readily understandable, the government believes that additional explanation needed to explain the term of reckless disregard to the jury, a concept with which non-lawyers are unlikely to have ever encountered. Okay. So they basically talk about, they still have the same amount of counts. Count 2 and 4, proposed instruction, and 3 and 5. Okay. Anyway. I wanted to play what Logic was saying low key. Do you ever play that? Okay, check this out.
I wanted to tell you thank you. You're doing a heck of a job. That's a direct quote from Diddy to the judge when the judge addressed him during the course's allocution on today, day 29 of the Diddy trial, the final day for testimony in this trial. And I've got a lot to break down for you. I am Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic. I'm a New York attorney. Was practicing in this very courtroom. I've been coming here down to this courthouse to try to break down for you how effective a job the state is doing, how good a defense we're seeing from the Diddy team, how effective a job the judge is doing, and the vibe of the courtroom. And today we had our final day of testimony. The state rested. We got an allocution from the judge of Diddy asking him whether or not he intends to testify. As expected, he decided to invoke his Fifth Amendment rights to not testify, did not take the stand. And in fact, we saw no witnesses from the defense. In lieu thereof, they presented exhibits. This is it's stipulated together with the state that certain exhibits will come in. I'll get into the nature of those exhibits. To me, what was the most interesting thing that came out of today, we started the day with the cross-examination and then a brief redirect of the summary witness that was presented by the state as their final witness, and most of the testimony that was going on there was kind of bland and a little bit all over the place on direct, and similarly so on cross, where there would be just instances of conversations or exchanges that happen that there would be question about, did they say this, did they say that, which really lack much context. And it's difficult if you're not looking at the chart, which we in the viewing room are not privy to see, to really glean much from it. Perhaps it has some more impact on a jury who is able to see this, the nature of this evidence. To those of us who were sitting in the viewing room, it was far less impactful. To me, what was more interesting was the application for a directed verdict of acquittal that was brought by the defense as expected at the close of the state's case. Now, under Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure, Rule 29, they have the right, and indeed it's likely malpractice if they do not exercise that right, to ask the judge to acquit Diddy of the charges that are brought against him on a basis that, even looking at the evidence in a light most favorable to the state, that no reasonable jury could convict him for a charge or all of the charges as expected. They asked for all the charges. Why did I say that it's malpractice not to do it? Well, if you waive your Rule 29 application, that seriously jeopardizes your ability to appeal several issues down the road. So even though most of the time, the vast majority of the time, a Rule 29 application for a directed verdict is going to be denied by the judge, it is a necessary step for every defense counsel to invoke and bring up that application, which is an oral application, which we get to hear the arguments presented by the defense. The reason I find it so interesting is because it gives us a really good precursor as to where the defense is likely to go in their closing arguments and present their theory of the case. But in this stage, it's a free shot for the defense. If they lose on it, all that doesn't hurt them at all. It's only a potential upside that they can hit a home run if they knock out one or more charges, because the judge agrees with them that no reasonable jury, even looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the government, could convict him. And it's a free shot. Either the judge gives it to them or he denies it. As I said, 99.99% of the time it's denied, but it's a necessary step, and we got a really good glimpse into where the defense plans on going in their closing argument and what their theory of the case is. They spent a great deal of time attacking each charge. They attacked all 5 charges, and most of the time was spent on the RICO charges. And that's because if you look at the RICO charges, you need to establish that there's a criminal enterprise for the commission of various types of charges that are enumerated under the specific statutes. So first and foremost, they attack that there could not be a criminal enterprise here, that they describe an enterprise under the law as being like a wheel where you have your hub and your spokes and the rim, and people are sort of working in a particular facet to get, and they're all tied together by Diddy to try and effectuate a particular crime. So just in general, if you want to look at what the nature or the types of what criminal enterprises look like, each entity in that, from those different spokes there, they're supposed to know this is my role here. For example, I'm the one who's cracking the safe, you're the one who's taking care of the guards, you're the one who's doing the getaway car. Everyone has their different roles here to try and facilitate, to work together in order to try and effectuate a crime, even if not everyone doesn't know the other roles of the others. They're still supposed to know what's happening here. And the allegation that was raised by the defense is that you cannot have a criminal enterprise when you have these different employees who don't realize they either don't realize they're facilitating a crime in many of the circumstances here, and that you don't have the typical hub and spokes and rim that you would see in a normal RICO charge. Now, excuse me for a moment. For them to try enterprise engaging in racketeering, where they went through the obstruction, trying to point out that at the time that things are happening here, no one thinks there's a federal indictment that might be coming along, so they don't realize that they could be obstructing something, and there's not an effort and a mens rea, an intent for them to try and obstruct. And similarly, with respect to the forced labor, they hit on the fact that each of the people who purportedly were forced to engage in forced labor, whether you're talking about Christina Clark or Mia or these different individuals, all of them were free to leave whenever they want. And just because they felt they had to work abusive hours or put up with Diddy being verbally abusive or even physically abusive, they were all free to leave at any time. And if they're free to leave, you can't say it's forced labor. That's an employment dispute. And if you try saying that they weren't paid sufficiently because of lack of money or overtime or these other elements, these are your typical employment disputes which are handled under employment law that don't rise to a level of criminality and accordingly cannot help substantiate a RICO charge. With respect to sex trafficking, that they put aside and said we're going to come back to later. But I think it's interesting that they hit on the exact point that I was making, primarily about Jane, but they even brought it back about Cassie, and that relates to mens rea. Now, mens rea is a Latin term which refers to the intent. Even if the subject victim feels forced, even if they feel that they have no choice, if I don't do this, I'm going to lose the roof over my head. If I don't do this, I'm gonna lose my relationship, and I need this for one reason or another. Even if they felt completely forced, if the perpetrator, the defendant, has no reason to realize that they feel forced and is not trying to force them, it's not his objective to do that, he cannot be convicted of the crime. Mens rea is a necessary element is a necessary factor to each element of the crime. And since it's a necessary factor, they said the government has done nothing here to try and establish that Diddy knew that Jane, for example.
Yeah, so mens rea is it's not important in every charge, but it's important in conspiracy. So I'm only drinking because you got like it's not chest pain. It's like, you feel like you need a burp. Pause. Mens rea. I spelled it wrong. Jesus Christ. Okay, so it's the intention or knowledge of wrongdoing that constitute part of a crime. Now, here's the thing. If you kill someone, and I guess mens rea is part of most crimes because it does, like, you're still going to get charged, right? So it's not like, oh, I didn't intend to kill him, or I didn't know I was doing it, or, that's going to be a difference in charge. Like premeditated murder, you planned it. Manslaughter, your actions resulted in murder, right? So, mens rea is more important for conspiracy, right? Because if your actions happens to end up in a criminal conspiracy, you're a part of the conspiracy as long as you know and you act on it, right? However, if you don't know, but somehow your actions help it, there isn't mens rea, which is necessary to convict you of those crimes. Okay? Just to give you the explanation.
One of the clips.
Wait. No. You ever feel like you had to burp? Like, oh my God, I don't get it. So that's what I'm drinking. This is Red Bull and liquor. I probably should just either drink Diet Coke or something like that. Never mind, man. Like, y'all seem like you're not human when I tell you that's regular shit.
Felt forced, that she felt compelled. In fact, they pointed out how we have one exhibit after another where all they're expressing is how much they're enjoying these sexual encounters, and accordingly, you can't say, how is he supposed to know that they feel forced when all they're doing is telling him how much they love engaging these different encounters? Now, I have said that.
By the way, you know what I realized, and this is how much I think Diddy's defense team was playing this by ear. Remember I told you Diddy filed like an adjacent to the insanity plea? He basically filed this thing, see, some bourbon, that he wanted to use this idea that he was drugged up. It's kind of like the idea where like, say somebody's accused of sexual assault, right? And they're like, well, Shorty accuses the dude of sexual assault. She says, yo, I was too drunk to consent. Sometimes the defense is also, well, they're too drunk to consent, and they're too drunk to be almost like it's both ways. So it's kind of like, it's like a 50-50. Y'all both got too drunk, and since both of y'all couldn't consent, we can't place the blame on either or of y'all, because we don't know if you initiated it, which that would make that other person unable to consent, and if they initiated it, you couldn't consent. So it almost becomes like this idea of like, just squid it out. Like we can't really do much with it, But Diddy was trying to say, I was too drunk, or not too drunk. I was a drug addict and I was lit during all these things, but we didn't see him go down the realm of really painting himself out to be this. Hey, all this, like, they kind of mention it, like, hey, was Diddy on drugs? Yes. Did he go to rehab? Yes, they do mention that. But they never really fully blew up that theory of, no, Diddy didn't know what the fuck was going on, because that could be a defense for what Logic is saying. The defense of, yo, how could I know they weren't down with it? How could I know? I was drugged the fuck up, and all they would tell me is that they love it. But that's not what Diddy didn't go fully with that defense. If anything, his defense was, man, stop it. These bitches knew what they were getting into, right?
That's something that I certainly can see working with respect to Jane. And in fact, with respect to Jane, I'll come back to Cassie in a moment. With respect to Jane, the defense further pointed out that, hey, the government in their initial indictment, and then they had a superseding indictment. It was only the third indictment when they heard about the purported physical violence that happened on June 18, 2024, which is something they only learned about a couple of months ago. Long after they started interviewing Jane, she never told them that she was about this night of violence that allegedly happened on June 18, 2024. And even if she told it over in a way that frankly seemed to me to be compelling, the reality is that without that one element, there's no incident of violence between Diddy and Jane. That is the only incident we heard, and they say even if you believe her, and the judge in this context is supposed to give is supposed to look at the evidence in light most favorable to the government to the government. So since the judge has to look at it that way, he say, well, I have to look at it as if I believe them. But they're claiming that even if you have that one-off incident, that cannot be trafficking. There's not trafficking in one incident. And they were citing case law to try and establish that it's insufficient to prove as a matter of law. If it's insufficient, that would be a cause for the judge to say, I can't allow a jury to mull this over and potentially convict him on something that's legally insufficient. That's what.
Okay, and Chad, if you're asking me why, like I'm always like trying to gauge how much y'all are into what I'm doing, and I do know, trust me, trial streams, even though they could be longer and they're probably longer than regular streams, we do get into the idea of like. It's just noise. Like you're like, all right, I've heard this 20 times, So when I do try to switch topics real quick, it's to keep you guys engaged, right? Like, you guys have tasked me with controlling the stream. So I'm trying to keep you guys entertained. I'm not trying to bore you to death. I know some of y'all at work, some of y'all driving trucks. I want you to be entertained. Hey, so let me just switch up for a quick second. We're going to get back to that. Did y'all see this? I don't even know if I want to give no commentary on this. So Desiree Perez's daughter secretly recorded, and by the way, well, first of all, yeah, we're not putting this up on my YouTube. Desiree Perez's daughter secretly recorded a bunch of messages, a bunch of like videos with her and her mom is talking that shit. Listen to this, chat. Listen to this. So these are secret recordings. Look, she recorded the camera. I guess this is a Ring camera or something like that. Look at this. Look at this shit. Now, one of these conversations supposedly Desiree Perez admits to her daughter, I think it's her daughter in the bed, this is her. She admits to her, yo, Rock Nation was doing so bad during COVID, we had to go to the billionaire owner. If you don't know, Rock Nation is a subsidiary of Live Nation, right? Yes, Jay-Z owns supposedly maybe 51%, but it's Live Nation. And it's probably 49% because Live Nation wants the majority of every company they own. They're a conglomerate. I've told you, monopoly a lot of times. But apparently they said that Rock Nation was doing so bad in COVID, they had to go to the billionaire owner of Live Nation and ask for a loan. Here's this.
One time during the COVID stuff when everything was shut down, my overhead $250 million a year. The CEO of Live Nation, my partner, the multi-billionaire company, Live Nation and Ticketmaster. We needed $40 million.
Chad, didn't I tell y'all? Live Nation, they own Ticketmaster, they own Rolling Loud, they own everything. Live Nation can never be beaten. Trust me. Going against The Rock, it's like going against Live Nation. And Live Nation done humbled a couple artists who think they could go on tour without him. There ain't no big artist going on tour without Live Nation. Taylor Swift, Live Nation. Bad Bunny, Live Nation. Abel, Live Nation. Drake, Live Nation. Drake even said, I'm a slave to Live Nation. You can't go against the nation, man. Anyway, we never knew this about Rock Nation.
During the COVID stuff when everything was shut down, my overhead $250 million a year. The CEO of Live Nation, my partner, the multi-billionaire company, Live Nation and Ticketmaster. We needed $40 million just to stay alive. I called them Michael Rapino.
Michael Rapino. Ooh, we're going down a rabbit hole here, chat. We're going down a rabbit hole. Michael Rapino. Who is this guy? He's a Canadian-American businessman and the CEO of Live Nation. Let's see how much money let's see his net worth. Oh, he got paid $140 million for being the CEO. In 2022, 2023, he got paid $24 million. Ooh. His net worth, they claim, is at least $800 and some million. And keep in mind, he's a CEO. He's just a CEO. So Desiree Perez, the CEO of Rock Nation, had to call the CEO of Live Nation, ask for a bag, a check that they could pay their overhead. So we get to find out. Yo, the daughter, I ain't gonna lie to you. Shout out to Desiree Perez's daughter. Yo, Desiree Perez's daughter, I know you've been like reaching out a little bit. I would love to interview you. Trust me, I would like literally, I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'd probably pay you, even though you don't need money because Desiree Perez is your mom. I would love to interview you, except I don't want to go to jail and I don't want to get deleted off the internet, okay? I'm scared of Rock Nation. Yo, that's your mama? I'm just going to sit here and be like, it's one of those things I'm like, sip tea. I would love to really talk to you because you probably know some shit. That's your mama. But I'm deathly scared. I ain't scared of no rapper. Not one rapper. Well, except if they're from Chicago, I am. But no other rapper. But Rock Nation, I'm good. So I do not want to interview you, but if you leak some shit, I'll cover it.
During the COVID stuff, when everything was shut down, my overhead.
So now we found out, at least in 2022 or 2021, Rock Nation overhead was $260 million. Wow.
$250 million a year. Mike, the CEO of Live Nation, my partner, the multi-billionaire company, Live Nation and Ticketmaster. We needed $40 million just to stay alive. I called them, Michael Rapino. I said, Rapino, we're in the district here, Desiree. I might not be here 6 months from now. Sink or swim.
Wow. So she calls the billionaire owner up and says, I might not be here 6 months from now. Meaning this company could go under. I might get fired, right?
I hope you're here when things get better. I can't help. Basically, Rock Nation is fucking done if I had to write you a check. Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Rock Nation is fucking done if I had to write you a check. Mm-hmm. I said, I got this. And I play with cash flow. I'm a survivor, right? And so much so, he runs a multi-billion-dollar company, and he had a meeting with his whole 20,000 staff. He said that he wished everyone could run the company like Desiree runs Rock Nation. I say all that to you to say, it's sink or swim here. I know. Right now. It's like, there's nothing like, anyway, my real point was, it was sink or swim then. One person, when I said, okay, so we gotta do this, bring the people back, and I'm in the middle of this craziness going on. I was really crazy. Remember, I almost died. I almost died. This is a little thing that no one's ever been able to figure out. And I'm sitting there, I'm going through this, and you got to do it like that. And the one girl, she was my chief of woman, she was my chief of staff. She said, and how are you? Are you okay? And I was like, that's weird. Like, I'm not even used to that. Like, everybody always depends on me so much. Yeah.
So I think she says that she somehow got out of the hole without the billionaire owner, but she said this is why she runs Rock Nation, because Rock Nation was not supposed to be here. They were about to fold. They were begging the CEO of their parent company for money, and somehow she was able to do it, and that's why the parent company CEO gives her credit, because she does the shit. Y'all want to be friends with Desiree, but I feel like it's like too much evil going on over there. It's like too much. Like it's like as soon as I'm friends with them, you're gonna hear a Fat Joe story about me that I'm on all fours, and there's two chicks behind me. One's rimming me and one's knuckling me, and you're gonna be like, "What the fuck happened to Ack? What happened to the Ack we love? How is he getting knuckled?" Yeah. So me, I'm gonna keep I'm gonna go like this. I see these Rock Nation niggas, I'm gonna go like this. They're gonna be like, "It's Hov, it's The Rock." I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna run into the light. Hopefully, like, if they vampires, they can't come out there. I don't know. But God bless Rock. Bless Rock Nation and bless me.
Like, one time during the COVID stuff when everything was shut down, my overhead $250 million a year. Mike, the CEO of Live Nation, my partner, the multi-billionaire.
Now, what I think happened, let me give you a little context. I know I'm the biggest pause king, right? Well, all pun intended. Remember, Rock Nation is owned by Live Nation. Live Nation, their main business is touring. They own Ticketmasters, They own all of the venues. Live Nation owns all the venues. Like, again, I got a check from Live Nation when I did my birthday show. The event, Gramercy Theater, is owned by them. They have exclusive contracts of dates in Madison Square Garden, in Barclays, in all of these places. If it's not sports, which the NBA comes in, or like the NHL, they basically get exclusive contracts that no other company could go in on certain dates. So they basically own all these, and any smaller venue, they just buy it or license it to exclusive Live Nation events. You get what I'm saying? This is why, which is funny. Like, by the way, Gramercy Theater went great this time with us, and you know they're actually even saying, "Yo, bring your birthday show back next year. Maybe we could do 2 shows." Perfect. Here's what happens. Remember the year before I tried to do a show there? I had to talk to the Live Nation Northeast Connect, and I know Charleston White keeps denying it. I don't know why he ever denied it, but nigga, they said that a senator, it was some Asian nigga, was a senator. It was like one of the New York State senators. New York State senator. There's some Asian nigga that's a senator over there. Who are they? Hold on. I'm going to just type Asian New York senator. I don't know. It's one of them. They said the state senator, it was either some type of political nigga that was in New York, hit them up. This is right after Charleston White said some shit about Asian people. Like, he literally said some crazy shit about Asian people. The Senate, somehow Asian people got to the senator or like one of their reps. I can't remember. It's probably this. It's probably this guy. No, this is a woman, right? I remember they quoted in the email, or not on the email. They actually told my assistant on the phone. And they were like, yo, the senator called over, and the person you're having an event with said some crazy shit about Asians. And then they start chastising me. They're like, yo, we did our research about Charleston White. He says crazy shit all the time. You should have known that. So they basically started accusing me of trying to finesse them, like I was trying to bring a hateful person in there. Which this time around, I was happy that, you know, I think that was water under the bridge. They didn't say nothing about that. They were happy to work with me. They were like, oh, no, academics, we like you. I'm like, oh, okay. I know I don't have the best reputation, but it was good enough. And by the way, Charleston White cleaned up his act truthfully, too. Like, he's not saying stuff about, he was wilding about Asian people. But anyway, the point of what I'm trying to say is that Live Nation made that cancellation. They said, no, nigga, it's over. We're not doing that. And they own, either they own or they have exclusive license to that event, where if you're going to book, or that venue, if you're going to book the venue, you got to go through them. Why do I say this? I'm telling you that Live Nation is a conglomerate. Now, how does this connect to the other point? I know I just went on 2 tangents. In 2022 or 2021, let's say COVID era, Live Nation, their entire business was probably down 80%. There were no tours. Nobody could go on tour because of COVID. So remember, no matter Rock Nation, all that bullshit, like most of this stuff is live events. Their name is Live Nation. So because live events was pretty much out the door, I'm pretty sure they cut the budget of what they were given to their subsidiaries, right? Okay, this is your budget for this year. Da, 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 da. Everybody's shit is lowered, and then overhead sometimes, because I know for my company particularly, I didn't do PPP loans. You know what I mean? I had to either make a commitment to keep paying employees or fire them, and I was like, all right, I think this is going to be a year. I think I'm gonna just take the hit for a year. Some companies either took the hit for a year or they didn't. They're moved for the year. That's why I think we're hearing that conversation. Live Nation's, I don't think it's a Rock Nation thing. I think it was a Live Nation thing. They couldn't tour. They couldn't do their main business. So money is down, budgets are down, And then Rock Nation is feeling the squeeze, but somehow they survive. And this is what she's talking about. That was a sink or swim moment for Rock Nation, because Rock Nation wasn't getting as much support from Live Nation because it's COVID. Nobody's live or outside.
During the COVID stuff, when everything was shut down, Mike overhead $250 million a year. Mike's the CEO of Live Nation.
Yo, $260 million a year is their overhead? Wow. And that's what y'all want me to go up against, chat? Y'all want me to beef with Rock Nation and go up against a fucking company that pays out $260 million a year. Really? Really, nigga?
Partner, the multi-billion dollar company, Live Nation and Ticketmaster. We needed $40 million just to stay alive. I called them, Michael Rapino. I said, Rapino, we're going to do this here, Desiree. I might not be here 6 months from now. Sink or swim. I hope you're here when things get better. I can't help.
Oh, it's a CEO told her, I might not be here in 6 months. So she asked for a loan. Yo, we need some more money from the parent company. That CEO says, I might not be here. Why? The whole company's down. Remember, it's COVID. Live Nation can't put on tours and sell out concerts, right? So they're like, the guy's saying, I can't help you right now. It's sink or swim. I hope you're here once we're out of this era. And somehow Desiree Perez keeps Rock Nation afloat, makes it out of the era, and he respects her for it because he had to tell her no.
Basically, Rock Nation's fucking done if I had to write you a check. I said, I got this. And I played with cash flow. I'm a survivor, right? And so much so, he runs a multi-billion-dollar company, and he had a meeting with his whole 20,000 staff. He said that he wished everyone could run the company like Desiree runs Rock Nation. I say all that to you to say, it's sink or swim here.
I know.
Right now. It's like, there's nothing like, anyway, my real point was, it was sink or swim then. One person, when I said, okay, so we got to do this, bring the people back, and I'm in the middle of this craziness going on. I was really crazy. Remember, I almost died. I almost died. I had this little thing that no one's ever been able to figure out. And I'm sitting there, I'm going through this, and you got to do it like that. And the one girl, she was my chief of woman, she was my chief of staff. She said, and how are you? Are you okay? And I was like, that's weird. Like, I'm not even used to that. Like, everybody always depends on me so much.
Yeah.
I carry everything.
That's what you.
Wow.
One time, during the COVID stuff, when everything was shut.
So this is Desiree Perez's daughter.
Okay. Is this company based in New York?
Yes, based in New York.
They have an office down here, or how is this working?
Yeah. We got an office down here also, but he's a contact up there in New York.
Okay.
Right. So just to make this clear, Mr. Batida was only supposed to be doing surveillance on,
that's it.
On the subject that you named
Correct.
a little while ago?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And was he doing something else?
No.
Was he doing anything else other than that?
No, sir. There was a complaint
Okay.
about him being followed, and we're just investigating. We're trying to verify what he was doing and how he was doing it.
Again, because Mr. Batista, he's all over the place right now.
Gotcha.
And he wouldn't.
He's a hot guy, bro. That's all.
Yeah. But does he have a PI license to be doing surveillance?
Yes, he should have a license. His license. Do you have his license with him?
I have a firearms license and an old security license that he has. He has not given me a PI license.
Yeah, like I said,
He doesn't have one. Is he supposed to be having one working with you?
Yeah, he should have a license, yeah.
He does not. He says he does not have a PI license.
Okay. Well, I guess we got to straighten that part out.
So apparently, Desiree Perez hires a guy, a private investigator, to go follow either. I don't think it's her daughter. I think it's her daughter's boyfriend, because that's a whole beef. Desiree Perez has a daughter, and let me tell you this: is Desiree Perez, is she an immigrant? Let me tell you this. Nobody cares about their offspring's love life or what they do for a living except immigrants. Yo, immigrants is like, if you come from an African family that just came over here and got their like citizenship, you gotta go to college and be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer. They're not playing with no social worker. You know why? Your family's looking at you like, I did all the sacrifice for you. You better not fuck this up. You better not fuck this shit up. So the whole beef here is Desiree Perez doesn't like the fact that her daughter is dating some nigga who she thinks is a bum. That's the beef. And she's doing the most. She thinks that the guy's bringing her down paths that she don't like. She's even down to get her Baker acted, which is bring her into the mental institution. But before that, she's hiring PIs. She's hiring a PI to follow and figure out all the dirt. So I got to figure out, is Desiree Perez like an immigrant? Because like I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I was an immigrant, right? Well, my mama did all this stuff. She upstairs, by the way. Mama Demix is upstairs. Yo, my mama been here for 4 days. She been cleaning for 4 days. I've never seen something like this. Chat, tell me, I got to buy my mom something. I got to buy my mom something like nice. Real talk. Like, honestly, we might have to go shopping on Chanel.com. My mom been here for 4 days. First of all, I've never seen my house this clean. That's a fact. But my mom been cleaning for 4 days straight. I've never seen something like this. My mama been cleaning for 4 days straight. 4 days straight. I've never seen this. I love my dogs, but my mama taking better care of my dogs than me. My mama's like, she's checking the temperature. She's like, Pluto's breathing too hard. Bring him in. I'm like, Mama, Pluto's a gangster. My mama is doing too much. She's doing too much. My mama is doing too much. My mama had eye surgery last month. I'm trying to tell her to chill. The first day she came, I swear my mama cleaned for 16 hours. I told my mom, because no matter how old you are, your mom still think you're like 8. So my mom's like, bring this out. I'm like, Mom, this is my house. I really want to be like, this is my house. I'm paying the bills. But you can't say it in front of your mama. So you like, okay. Julia, bring the garbage out. I'm like, oh, God. Do this. Lift up there. I'm like, oh, my God. My mom been cleaning for so long. So I tried to tell her, I said, Mama, you've been cleaning for like 8 hours. I was like, yo, you got eye surgery last month. You know, they did some shit to like clear up some shit. Anyway, she good. Take a break. I said, yo, I got the TV on. Like, everything is good. The pool's take a break. My mom don't want to take a break. It's kind of crazy. My mama is on a generational run of not. What's the point of me retiring my mom if she gonna come to my house and work like she's like, my mom at my house working like she don't got her papers. So anyway, my mom been clean my house. She'll find something to clean. Something. So now I'm like, yo, Jesus Christ. Chat, I gotta buy her a gift. Something like that. Like, she's upstairs cleaning right now. Like, right now she's cleaning. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is a little TMI, but yo, I think I'm getting a little bit too. So my mom came. First of all, my mom don't like. My mom is so Jamaican old school. She don't eat regular chicken. She go to a butcher shop and watch them kill the non-GMO chickens that's organic, and she brings that meat. She does not want to go to my mom was on some shit. Anyway, so she came here, and she usually cooks. So she cooked. Now, I ain't gonna lie, I'm Jamaican. Anybody ever eat chicken foot? Mama cooked chicken foot. I always ate chicken foot. But I ain't gonna lie to you, I think my taste buds evolving a little bit because my mom made the chicken foot, and I didn't want to eat it this time. So my mom seen me go in there because I was like about to serve up a plate for myself, and I was like, "What the fuck, chicken foot?" Like, Mama, I thought this was like when we were broke, like we rich now, we good. So my mom made chicken foot, bumbo clot. So she not here, she can't hear me. So anyway, she made chicken foot, and I'm like, Mama, we not eating chicken foot still? We not eating chicken foot? Like, we good now. So she made some chicken foot. Anyway, after she seen I didn't eat it, she's like, "Oh no, what you want me to make something?" I'm like, "Mom, just stop." So, does anybody have a problem? You probably have to have an African or like a Caribbean mother. My mom been at my house, and I retired her. Okay, I don't know if you ever seen some video was on Instagram. I bought her a car for her birthday. Then I retired her the next June. For her retirement gift, I got her a $10,000 Chanel bag with $30,000 inside the cash. Quit. This is around COVID time because like my mom had a breathing issue. She had to get like some, I think, surgery on her nose. Said, "You're wearing masks all the time." No, we gotta get you retired. Fuck that. We're not waiting for 65. Fuck all that shit. I got her retired. Here's the problem. My mom don't stop working. I want her to stop working. So she comes to my house, and I ain't gonna lie, my house looking amazing right now. But she is working like it's going out of style. So like as a kid, you can't, I'm not a kid, but you can't tell your mom stop. Your mom runs the shit when she comes through. So I'm like, "You want to take a break?" "No, Julia." And I'm like, oh my God, bro. So anyway, my mom been here working like 13-hour days, just cleaning my house. And I'm like, what's the point of me retiring you if you're going to like, how about you come here and we hire maids or some other people to do it? But she's on it. So, Chad, y'all gonna have to help me pick a gift for her. Like, she's doing too much. Like, too much. Too much. Frog legs. Who said frog legs? Somebody said she bored. Somebody said she bored, Slime. Get her a man. Oh, hell no. I'd rather give my bank account before I get. One thing I say about my mom, that's the one thing I respect. I respect it so much. Like, my mom just dedicated her life to her kids and like just stop dealing with men or stop like chasing men, right? Like if she had a boyfriend, but she was just like, I got 3 boys. I got to make sure they're all successful. They're all living their best lives. And I was just like, this is the most selfish or selfless stuff you could ever do. She stopped chasing dudes. Never. It was like, yo, I got 3 dudes. I got 3 boys. If they can't come on a vacation, I don't want to go. I live with them. I love them. And this is why I got to give her all my money, right? But anyway, I got to buy her a gift. She's upstairs. I'm telling her to stop working, bro. I'm trying to tell her. Bro, she's cleaning shit that I cleaned. And I'm like, it's just like, yo, when's the last time this been cleaned? I was like, I cleaned it like 3 days ago. But I can't tell her that because my clean and her clean is 2 different things. Anyway, that's my life. It's all good. But I only bring that up. First of all, it's a liquor I was drinking to burp. But I bring that up because the way how Desiree Perez is on her daughter's ass, she's mad that her daughter is with a YN. The YN don't really got no job. He kind of like a bum low key. She on her daughter's head. Like, you could tell. Even the speech is basically trying to tell her daughter, yo, you have to be successful. Like, you have to be successful. Trust me. This is what this speech is about. Yo, I done did all type of shit for you to get here. You got to make it. And I was just like, it kind of reminded me of my mom. But I think that's an immigrant thing. No disrespect to people who were born here. I think it's an immigrant thing. When your mama come over here and she had to do all type of shit for you to get good, she's like personally invested in your success. So you can't just fuck off and be like, I'm just lazy. So she's giving her the speech. I'm gonna find out if Desiree Perez is an immigrant. I ain't gonna lie. Anyway, so she hired a PI. She hired a PI to fucking stalk Desiree, to stalk her daughter and her man. This is why this conversation is happening.
Give me a ticket for that. Your account is completely washed off. Give me a ticket for that. Okay? Now, for future reference, you're going to be carrying a firearm in the center console? Carry it on you.
Speaking of which, first of all, I'm never getting I want my mom with no nigga ever, okay? But if you ever see me and my mom text message, hold on, I got to cover her name. My mom sends me, this is my high school graduation picture. Look at this. Look at this. Look, with the little message. I don't want to show the message. She just sends me messages all the time. I'm like, Mom, like, what the heck is going on in your mind? She was like, yeah, just remember, this is you. It's like my mom is like she's just like constantly like motivating me. I'm like, what could I give my mom? Chat, let's figure out a gift. I got to give my mom something. Jesus Christ.
Okay, like that, you don't have these types of problems. Because 20 years ago, when I was a private investigator, I carried my gun on me. I'm working out here as a police officer now. My gun is on me. There's no reason for me to keep it up here, keep it down here. You hit the brake, the gun's gonna fall, and then it's a safety hazard for you, possibly for everybody else. Okay, for now, aside from this investigation, I've concluded my traffic investigation. I'm issuing you 3 citations. Okay, and you're free to go as far as I'm concerned, and let these gentlemen finish talking to you. All right.
Okay, so this is the PI that Desiree Perez, hired to track her daughter and the guy. What's this? Here you go. I don't know this. Now, the reason why, so Desiree Perez has been striking every page that puts up anything of her. This is why her daughter is saying, and she says, stop the tactics with the copyright stuff, because Rock Nation has been filing copyright strikes against people who are posting this stuff. This is why this won't be on my YouTube. And if you're wondering why we're now on King Academics, Rock Nation. Let's another reason why I want to smoke with them, right? Oh shit. Oh, she was there? Let's hear this.
Thing so that you guys can hear me better. It says I'm still going in and out.
Hold on.
Still going in and out. Still going in and out.
Wait, how do I skip forward? Oh, here we go.
So, get to the live, so I'm hoping that everything is okay with her right now, because
yeah, I'm trying to hear Desiree's daughter. Come on.
So I'm reading the comments right now, guys. Yeah, so we were not originally. I'm back. We're not asking about things that aren't about the scope of the case. Because I went to go get on the phone.
I'm trying to hear her voice. I can't hear it. All right, this is bullshit. Okay, cool. Should I call? Somebody said Whack. Should I call Whack? Y'all miss Whack or something? Yeah, look at these things. Look, hey guys, Oh, okay. Let me just stay out of this shit. Here you go. Try another narrative. You're not the victim in public record. And what's this?
Hey everyone. So I want to clear this up. The alleged incident supposedly happened January 16th, 2022. Tune into Jaguar Rights and my interview part 2 for the full down breakdown and explanation of that incident that's being used against me and my husband to blackmail us and to try to change the narrative. Now, every picture that I submit here, I decided to put one photo per every month of the year after January 2022 all the way to 2023, one photo per month. I obviously have more photos and videos, but to not bombard everybody on socials, I did one photo per month for 2 years after this alleged incident. A concerned mother would not be participating, speaking, engaging, loving, taking on trips, inviting to the home, babysitting nephews, grandchildren, all of that, and still allowing my husband to live and be around.
Now, remember that this whole beef is Desiree Perez. She's a made woman, right? Yeah, she snitched back in the day. Who cares? She doesn't want her daughter dating a bum. All of this is because she feels her daughter's dating a bum ass nigga. So she's down to violate, put that nigga in jail on some Tory shit if she could make sure her daughter, and that's why I asked if she's an immigrant, because she's so invested that her daughter turns into exactly what she planned. Like, you could tell it affects her that her daughter is with a guy who she feels is a bum.
My grandfather and family members. So here is the proof of that so that everyone can stop the nonsense. Thank you.
Okay, anyway, let me call Wack real quick. Wait, I call Wack. Wait, what? What's wrong with my phone? This might be God chat. My phone won't call. Wait, what's going on with my phone? What's going on with my phone right now? I don't know. Probably won't answer. What?
What's up, bro?
Ain't nothing. I'm chilling out here, man. How you? I'm on stream.
You always on stream.
Yeah, you know. What's the word? You tell me.
Man, I've been trying to get to you, my guy, man. He from Jamaica. You fuck with Conscience?
I love Conscience.
I'm trying to get him up there. He on his promo run. I'm trying to get him up there to you today.
Tell me.
Tomorrow? Can we do?
Yeah. All right. No. If you're serious, if you're serious about it, text me and just text me and we'll figure out a time right now. Okay.
I'm gonna send it to you right now.
I
need you to.
What up? Go ahead.
Me and Flacco just launched a little business, man. I need you to put it up for us.
Oh, let me know what it is. What it is?
I'll send it to you. We doing like a marketing thing for the up and coming bloggers, YouTubers, and artists. Or we interview them, we promote their links and shit like that. I'm gonna send it to you, but I need to get them to you either. What's today? The 24th or 25th?
25th.
What's today?
25th.
I need to get him to you tomorrow. He'll still be there.
All right, let's do it. Just text me, and I'll tell you the time slot I could do. All right.
All right, that's perfect. I'm gonna get it to you. What else going on?
Man, ain't nothing. Well, they told me to call you. They said, man, you got to go see what Wack is up to. So I'm like,
what's up?
I don't know. Like, hey, listen, the Diddy trial is coming to an end. How you thinking?
Hey, bro, I'm gonna be real. Bro. They say they dropped a lot of this serious shit, bro. I haven't been keeping up with it, but I hear they dropped a lot of things that was supposed to establish that he was part of a organized whatever the fuck they was trying to do. And they said it was consensual sex. I don't know about the drug trafficking. See, I'm worried about the drug trafficking.
No, that's not drug trafficking. He had personal amount of drugs with him, man.
No, the white kid got caught with the backpack finna get on the...
Yeah, but he testified that it was never for it was for personal consumption. It was never drugs that was supposed to be distributed on a drug you know when they hit you with a drug with a drug charge that says intent to distribute. No. He was copping drugs. He also said the guy got the same. You know, you gotta understand. He said Diddy never told me to get it. He said other people did. Diddy never told him shit.
Yo, listen. I think he's gonna walk, bro. And if he don't walk, they gonna offer him like 5 years, some bullshit.
I think he
gonna walk though.
I think he gonna get hit with the prostitution charge. They gonna give him 5 years. He gonna be home in 2. And to be honest, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think
Trump will let him go.
I think Trump will let him go. They give him a nickel, Trump gonna let him go, bro. This nigga launching rockets. He's sending stealth bombers into other countries. Nigga, he gonna let Diddy go, bro.
No. Hey, by the way, yeah, somebody just said it. They said it was I'm not a drug guy, but they said it was like 0.07 grams. I don't know if you could say that was Pablo Escobar.
Yeah, that ain't nothing.
Yeah, it was and the guy testified. He said when they caught me with it, I was cleaning up at Diddy's crib and I just found the shit and I decided to just put it in the bag. Nobody told me to do it. He said nobody told me to do it.
He might, bro. I knew they threw the kidnaps out. They said the sex was consensual. They doing their thing, bro.
Yeah, they're trying to get him on something that they could give him 20, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what the plea agreements were before or the plea offer. I think they should have offered him 7 and save some face. They should have offered him 7. Oh shit, what the heck? Oh, now the phone works. There we go. Honestly, though, chat, we'll see if he answers. The feds went for the jugular, right? We don't know what they offered him in a deal. Here's the thing. Sex trafficking carries 20 to life. You get caught on a RICO sex trafficking, 20 to life. You get caught with RICO on sex trafficking and guns, sex trafficking and arson, you're going away for 30 years. It's going to be football numbers. Also, sex trafficking for victim 1 and victim 2, which is Cassie and Jane Doe, will carry 15 and 22 as well. The thing is, I don't know if they expected Jane Doe to come across, and again, I'm saying this, I haven't been in court. So I want to preface this and be honest. I haven't been in court. But Jane Doe came off like she was a sex worker. Just like 50 said, sex worker. I don't know if that was their intent. But I think they're trying to get Diddy on 20 years. They want Diddy for 20. Like, it's no way they don't want him for at least 20. And based on what we have now, and even some of the stuff they're like, oh, we're narrowing it down to this. Bro, I'm pretty sure if you offered him 7 years, 5 years, I think Diddy would look towards working that deal out. I don't think they offered him that. I don't think they want nothing less than 15. I think they wanted the jugular from him. Now, here's the thing. The things that could get him over 15 years, I think his legal team feel like they did a decent job of making sure that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm wondering, as we sit now, do they wish they probably offered him less? I think they offered him 15, honestly. I think they offered Diddy 15 years, if you ask me. I don't think they offered him 10. No way. I don't think they offered him 5. Not a chance. They offered him, in my mind, 15 years. Why? Because if he got found guilty of the predicate offenses under the RICO Act, that is sex trafficking, kidnapping, and arson, just let's say those 3, because they are going to say what predicate offenses it is, he's going to get close to life. He's getting over 20, close to life. Okay? So I think they were saying, man, we'll give you 15. We'll give you 15. Let's be nice. Man, maybe they said 13, 12. Diddy's 54. How old is Diddy right now? How old is Diddy? I think Wax having some issues with connection. Let's see. How old is Diddy? He already served a year. 15 years, he's getting out at 70. Dunzo. That quality of life in jail, in the regular world, you up $1 billion, you could survive till 85, 90. In jail, where your money don't matter as much, matters, but still not as much, can't get the proper care, no IVs, can't do what you want to do, can't blah, 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 can't get all these masseuses, can't go to your private doctor, can't do none of that. Diddy ain't surviving past 70 in there. So if he gets 15 years, he already kind of served a year, so that would be, he would be 69. Then you minus 5 years off because I minus 4. It's actually 4 for 85% served. That's what you got to do in feds. So 69 minus 4, he's out in 10. Best case scenario. I think Diddy's like, fuck that. I think he's like, fuck that. Now, I'm going to be honest with y'all, and I got to tell y'all this, chat. I have a bad feeling. The only case I've seen, well, I guess we did do the YSL case too. I haven't seen us take a major case to the verdict box and us get a fully clear acquittal. And that's what, this is why I keep watching Logic. I keep watching Unk. I keep watching Lauren Conlon, because we got to get a full, like sometimes, I ain't gonna lie, right now I'm thinking, man, Diddy finna spank this shit. But I don't want to be delusional. When we hear from Unk, he's very pro Diddy. When we hear from Logic, I think he's kind of more in the middle. Lauren might fall on the opposite side. She a woman. I don't know. She might, I think, get guilty. I don't want no surprises where we're like, what? I want us to be like, oh no, this is what we covered. We're the most in tune with it. We could see why they voted this way. But I do believe that the government wants at least 15 years. I think they offered him 15. And I think 15 would have took Diddy till he was 70. Okay, Whack is back. Yo!
There you go.
Back.
That nigga Ray J out. Ray J up in these motherfucking mountains. That nigga Wi-Fi be horrible.
Hey.
Yeah, man. It's looking like, bro, it's looking kind of, listen, I can see 5 years worst case. And that ain't bad. The nigga almost got a year in coming up on it.
I think Diddy gonna get convicted of 2 charges out of the 5. The Rico, he's gonna beat. I think he's beating the Rico. I think he's beating the sex trafficking. But the prostitution, I think they got him dead to rights.
I don't know. I heard something about him saying the sex was consensual.
No. Okay, that's sex trafficking, and then that's the Rico for the most part. We're talking about prostitution. You flew them people. You was paying money. Even if you gave it to Cassie to give it to them.
Yeah, you're right about that.
The prostitution shit is going to lean towards they're going to do 5. That's a 5. It's a 5 ball. Sex trafficking is 20, and if you catch the Rico on most of those major shit, they're looking to give you life.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah, but listen, hey, bro, if Diddy could get out of there with the 5-piece, that's love. He got a bullet in. They might fuck around and give him some house arrest.
That's true too. Because again, if you're saying, remember, all of the shit that they didn't let him out of jail for is in the Rico. They said he was intimidating witness. He had guns. He had drugs. That's all in the Rico. So if he only gets prostitution, why the fuck would you keep him locked up? They might just be like, yo, go home.
I'm going to be real. I believe they're going to be looking real crazy when you bring somebody like Diddy in.
Yeah.
Right? You passed up on $100 million. They would have been better off taking that $100 million on the bail because he probably would have got out and did something stupid to fuck his case up. Right?
Hey,
You
by the way,
brought Diddy in. You pass up on $100 million bail, and you end up with a 5-piece, they're going to be looking crazy.
Hey, by the way, they started the investigation on him last year in March, right? One of the biggest incidents they claim, they keep talking about this freak off happened in June. So it shows all that past shit from 10 years ago. A lot of their case is coming from when they already was investigating him. Shit he did afterwards when he was free. You know why? They could get more evidence on that. So you might be right.
I'm telling you, bro, they fucked up not letting him bail out because, see, when you go to jail like that and you ain't never did no time and you boss up and bail out with $100 million, you get out thinking you invincible and you still try to do sneaky shit. They probably could have made him slip, but the fact that they kept him in there was his gift. What he thought was his curse was really his gift, bro.
Well, here's the thing. Remember, he knew he was under federal investigation. They're doing grand juries. He still was doing freak offs. He had mad baby oil, mad cocaine, mad 2C up in the hotel. Supposedly still doing freak offs. If they let him out on bail, you know he definitely doing freak offs. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. So what he thought was his curse was really his gift. Keeping him right there where he couldn't move around and twist himself really helped him. So I'd rather see him do an extra 9 months than get a motherfucking extra 90 years.
That's a fact. Hey, let me ask you this question. Because this lawsuit came out and it's so crazy. You heard about the Fat Joe shit?
Yeah, I got a one-on-one with Cuban Links tomorrow at 1:30. Yeah, I'm watching it. Yeah, I'm watching it. Yeah.
You know, they make some of the same allegations. They're claiming that Fat Joe would sit back and jerk off to other niggas fucking women. They're making it sound like this is an industry thing. I mean, I've never been like, you know, I know a couple niggas in the industry, but maybe I just am out the loop. Is that a thing where industry dudes...
I will tell you this. There are certain groups of people that are into certain things, right? We know it. This is why we keep it simple and we know when to leave, right? There's certain shit we just don't go to. But that ain't even industry. That's just in the world itself. You got BDSM circles. You got orgy circles. You got all kind of shit circles, right? So with Fat Joe, I think the thing with him is as long as those girls that they're saying was 15 and 16
and
that he was getting BBLs for and flying out in and out the country, as long as they don't come to got a BBL at 15, it's record of that. It's record of that at wherever she went. She got pictures, she got all that shit. And she got all that shit. As long as she don't pop out, is good. But here goes a hype man. That's like me coming out on Ray J. It's too much history.
Hey, here's the thing though, and I read the lawsuit, right? So check this out. Most of the shit, well, he claims that he was being forced to do sex acts.
Well, you know what he was saying? He's saying he was being forced to be around and participate, or they was telling him they was gonna leave him, or they was gonna fire him. But see, here goes the bad part about it. The bad part about it is fucking Pistol Pete. Hold on.
Yeah, well, they claim Pistol Pete was the enforcer. I think White just answered the call mid-conversation. Ole. Chat, let me ask y'all. 5 years for Diddy. W or not? W or not? I think you still consider it a W. You want a full acquittal, though. But I still think that goes under the W category. Right? I think if he gets convicted of count 1, racketeering, L. Count 2, sex trafficking for Cassie, L. Count 4, sex trafficking of Daphne Joy, L. But 3 or 5, whatever. Everybody's saying W. If he gets 5 years, because the way they kind of spun this is like Diddy ain't never getting back out. They spun this in a way that says Diddy is going to jail for life. And if he gets, released on, I don't know, 2 years, I definitely have. And by the way, I'm going to be honest with you. Here's the thing about even the instructions with the RICO case, right? It's like,
about, listen, what I'm saying,
yeah.
If I'm telling you, right, I didn't see something, right?
Yeah.
Leave that alone, bro.
Yo. You hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, so that's the thing, bro, is dude been around, and if that girl pop out, or the girls, or all the shit, if he bought a chick a house on the same block of his wife, whatever, I don't know about that shit, right?
Yo, a lot of that sound like gossip, though. Yo, it's like me filing a lawsuit against you, right? Imagine me filing a lawsuit against you, but most of the things I'm saying, I'm like, I seen Wack beat up this one nigga right here, then I seen Wack punch this. Like, none of them are making the claims. You gotta have those people. You can't just.
That's what I said.
You gotta have the people.
That's what I'm saying. Long as them women don't pop out, I don't get what he talked about, bro. Because he keeps saying what the girl. Okay, where's the girls at? Where's the girl at that was 15 that says he paid for me to get a BBL? Where's she at?
Hey, well, you know what his lawyer said? His lawyer went on TMZ and said one of the people that they allege did A, B, and C admitted, I don't even know Fat Joe.
Oh, well, shit. There it is. It's some weak shit. Listen, I told myself, if I look doing the Joe and Jada show, then I'm going to think something. He got to stay the course. Niggas got to stop running. Niggas got to stop running because people coming with allegations.
Okay,
he got to stay the course.
So you're saying he shouldn't take a leave of absence? None.
Hell no, bro. Why? Are you going to take? No, why? For what? The minute you do that, it looks like you guilty, bro. Take a leave of absence for what? Joe's been around, 30 years? His fan base is his fan base, bro. You know him. I've been knowing Joe for a long time.
Yo, here's the thing, though, right? Like, and this is what I realized with Shannon Sharp. If Shannon Sharp never had his own shit, it would look like he either guilty, because remember ESPN told me I had to step off, but he's still doing his shit. So if he never had his shit that he could do, it would look like, oh, he's running. Like this Joe and Jada shit, it looks like they own enough of it where they're like, nah, we not going nowhere. But if it's
we gonna keep doing our thing. But I'm gonna tell you what I'm leery of. The damn Pistol Pete recordings, bro.
What do you mean?
Because they're saying it's some shit, part of the recordings where dude is saying he called old boy that just died like a year ago, and he's like, yo, we need you to line dude up. We need to silence him. You get what I'm saying? And he's saying your loyalty is supposed to be to Joe. See, that shit right there is and I don't even know why Pete would be on the line like that, bro.
Hey, I'm not even denying that I think there's a little bit of truth. I think there's 20% truth and 80% lies. Here's the thing. It's Terror Squad. Everybody know Terror Squad. Everybody know how Fat Joe get down. If they were talking and maybe they were like, oh shit, when they were beef with 50 men, somebody got to go handle this nigga. That might be true. It might be a little bit overblown in the lawsuit, but it might be true. Here's the things that cannot be true. It cannot be true with the underage girls. It cannot be true with no sex trafficking, because that's the shit. Yo, listen, you gonna sue a gangster rapper for trying to do some gangster shit? I'm sorry, we're not gonna look at him different. He might have to pay out, but niggas get slapped all the time and they pay out.
Yeah, like, listen, him saying he wanted to do this to 50 with that, okay, they was beefing, so what? That's to be expected. That's how they go. They made up, they cool, whatever. But again, damn phone recordings, bro, where dude is saying, we need you to line this dude up so we can silence him. And dude said, I'm absolutely not doing that. Dude's my friend, I'm not doing that shit. Well, your loyalty's supposed to be to Joe. He's saying, like, yo, that part right there, Pistol Pete, he gonna have to pop out and clear that up and own that shit, bro. Or it's look like he's speaking for Joe, bro. They don't got Joe on the phone saying nothing crazy like that. And I'm with you. I think it's 20% truth to some of this shit, but the things to be expected. You know what I'm saying? You beefing with a nigga, so what? All right, cool. But the female shit, they gotta pop out. We live with academics.
Hey, by the way, yo, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. What I realized in terms of how all this shit comes in, I don't know if you looked at the lawsuit. I know the Hunter side gonna have it and break it down. Half of the things that they claim and Joe said is a random Instagram that they said that's Joe's burner Instagram. What's the proof?
They got a phone number tied to it, but again, they got to look into that and see where it's going. Where is the proof? You right, because it definitely ain't gonna be in his name. He definitely ain't gonna be paying that bill. I would hope not. But I'm gonna be real. That might be 20% of the truth.
Hey, let me ask you a question. So a year ago, the guy does an interview. I watched his interview a little bit on stream. He does an interview with Choke No Joke. And he talking about Fat Joe and say, oh, Fat Joe left me for dead. Fat Joe promised me this. Fat Joe promised me that. He never once mentioned Fat Joe had me doing orgies. He was forcing me to fuck people in front of him. He was fucking kids. He ain't never mentioned that. All he said was that Fat Joe owed me money.
But you know how that shit go, bro. Yeah, you right. You right. I don't think it's going, and it's a civil suit anyway. It ain't even criminal. It's all civil. There's no criminal there.
Hey. I don't think. Yeah. You seen that the lawyer got arrested, right?
What lawyer?
The lawyer who filed that case, because I guess when they said,
no, that's that same Bobo that came at you.
Since you know that, yo.
I know what time it is.
Yo.
That's the same one filing baloney and shit against you, hoping you would settle.
Yo.
He did it to a couple other people.
Yeah, T.I. Tony.
Yeah.
He brought
That's
the
same
Nikki.
one. He files the cases for this amount of money, hoping you would settle, thinking the attorney cost is going to be high. It's the same dude that filed the bogus shit on you. You know I know what time it is.
Hey, guess what happened? So when he sent the demand letter for $3 million to Fat Joe got ASAP Rocky lawyer. That's Taco Pina. Taco Pina said, man, fuck your demand letter. We suing the lawyer and you for extortion. And you know why he got arrested recently?
Why is that?
They try to serve him because he showed up to the Diddy case. They try to serve him. And when they try to serve him, he hopped in his car and hit the process server. He hit him with his car.
Wow.
This is
why
crazy.
would you run from being served?
Why would a lawyer run from being served? You deal in court all day.
Why would you run from being served?
Hey, do you think if Diddy beats this case, right? Let's do some scenarios. If Diddy beats this case, what does it hold for these allegations that we're seeing more often now than before? Are lawyers gonna start thinking, all right, we ain't gonna file every bullshit? Or are people gonna be like, you know what? Listen, yeah, if I'm salty that I used to deal with this guy, I
think here goes the problem. I think this was gonna happen. You intimate with this dude? Yeah. How long you been knowing him? 5 years. Okay. Willingly? Yeah. Get the fuck out of my office. Because, bro, it's one thing if you meet a chick one night, she said you slipped a Mickey, woke up, she go do a rape test, shit's there. It's one thing. Another thing, you been with this nigga 15 years, and even when you left him for the trainer, you came back and was fucking him while you was on the FaceTime with your trainer. Like, what we talking about, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about?
Hey, did you see that part of the Diddy trial? Oh, no, okay. I don't know if you've seen this. I posted on my page, which this is why, you know, a wise man told me, they said, listen, there's an act. You see, when you famous and you got money, they said no matter what happens with a girl, she could fuck your father. She could fuck your twin. She could fuck your son. When she's about to leave your place, make sure she leave with a smile. You got to take the L. Here's this. When Diddy found out Cassie was fucking the trainer, he told Cassie, I need that $50,000 that I paid this nigga to train you. I'm not taking this loss. You fucking that dude. And you know what she told him? She said, why are you even saying that? You know you owe me for a lot. You owe me for a new face because you fucked up my face a lot of times. And Diddy said, fuck that. You fucked the help. I spent $50,000. You owe me $50,000.
Well, let me ask you a question.
It almost feels like if Diddy was just like, if Diddy just let it happen and took the L solidly, she would have never. Well, you never. She probably would have still done it because she got broke.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You think Diddy was mad because she screwed the help, or you think he was mad that they didn't let him watch him screw the help?
Oh, that's a good one. I think it's because it screwed the help.
Diddy was mad about? Do you think Diddy was mad that Cassie screwed the trainer, or was he mad that they didn't let Diddy watch Cassie screw the trainer?
I never thought about it like that.
That's too late for that.
No, shout out to Diddy.
You already said asses are being taken in a major way.
Wait, is that Ray J?
That's Ray J.
Hey, ask Ray J what me and him gonna do a stream. He not trying to stream with me. He only trying to stream with Kai.
Whenever you want to do it. Whenever you want to do it.
Yo. Listen, if I gotta come to Cali, I'll come to Cali. We gotta do an IRL stream.
Whatever you want. No, you know what you mean.
I ain't never even called Wack to call you, but I just ain't never know how to get to you.
Stop it.
I every week.
My brother, you know,
I talk to Wack damn near almost every day.
I had your ass called in a minute. Yo, Act, when you get here, ask him about the Hard Rock Hotel and what happened in the suite. No, the Hollywood. No, what is it? Planet Hollywood. Ask about Planet Hollywood. What happened in the suite?
Oh shit.
Hey, yo.
Been saying becoming a life.
Yo. Hey, you see that?
Hey, by the way, tell Ray J I like.
Lou Stanton's brother, right?
Hey.
Lou Stanton's brother came to the Adam and Wax show and said, listen, I just left Nipsey baby mama. She's mad at you, not about the tape. She said all the tapes are authentic. She just want to make sure she gets paid when the business get done with her.
No, I seen that. Hey, could you tell Ray J? Could you? Yeah, no, I seen that. We could talk about that. Hold on. Just tell Ray J.
Hey, I'm not a part of that. What Wack just said.
No, I know, but Ray J, I want to give you some credit because you are one of the niggas you're a pioneer in your own realm. You like a DDG. I'm gonna tell you how. Because you like a DDG where you know what the poppin' shit is and you get there early. Like, you know,
bro, you understand the future, bro.
Like, I remember
I got the ONN network for the old nigga streams now.
Hey, you one of the niggas who brought me back into reality TV at that time. You seen the future. I see you now going into streaming.
I told you already went over what was going on.
Act, you like Fox Business and CNN, bro. This nigga, the Wax like Fox, like MSNBC. Like y'all.
No, this nigga Act. No, one thing about Act. The nigga Act, listen, let me tell you what's funny. When I see these IG clips, when Act is going crazy, got to look like he got the camera zooming in from Neptune, and he's going nuts on the motherfucker. Yo,
Act got like 40 clippers, nigga. He's the real deal.
Hey, yo, Act, yo, listen, you be
shout out to Fruit Jams.
Oh, you know, Fruit Jams is lit. Hey, yo, Ray J, I'm gonna tell you, what you doing right now with streaming, you're gonna have the whole ON community trying to follow you, but we all gonna give you the credit for the first. You seen the vision and said,
like, old niggas don't know how to stream, so they like, yo, I see my kids doing it. I'm like, yo, I'm the portal because
we gotta do the old nigga universe.
Because here's the thing, we can't fuck with the YNs because they don't want to be on our stream.
But we gotta do the old nigga university.
No.
Like old heads every time. I'm like, they calling me bro.
Hey, yo, that's funny.
Yo, what Ray J's doing right now.
You know what's funny to me is hear people call Ray J That is hilarious.
What Ray J's doing right now, he's converting an entire. You know, Ray J has a lot of people who tune into him. Here's the thing: he's doing the hardest thing. This is why he's gonna be the GOAT of it, right? He's converting those people. Those people know how to watch him, but they don't know what a stream is. He's converting them to streaming. So like his audience, he got hundreds of thousands of people that want to watch him. They just don't know what a stream is, and he's bringing them to a newer technology, saying this is how you watch me. And watch, in a year from now, we gonna see Ray J run around here, and his ego gonna be out of this world because there's gonna be so many people watching. Watch.
Well, you know, like, listen, you inspired me. Like, when you told me that Kai was going to reach a B, I'm like, yo, we got a lot of work to do because there's a demographic for everybody outside of Kai's world. Kai's getting like 500,000 niggas in his stream, but then there's parents. Everybody birthed these niggas. So what about the 500,000 parents?
No, that's facts.
Niggas that's right.
No, that's
right? So I'm trying to draw them in.
Hey, Ray J, I just want to give you your flowers and your credit because, again, you're not chasing Kai's audience. You're chasing an audience that watches you and loves you, your demographic, and eventually they're going to come over. So, you know, I appreciate what you're doing because I'm stuck in between, right? So I'm in between Kai and you. I'm in between that. And shit.
Bro, you're a bro, like, alone is a portal that, like, draws a lot of different things into, like, this, like, thing where you can warp into people's mind. And so, like, with us, like, I would love to partner with you so we can help the demographic grow because, again, you got Instagram, TikTok, you got Snap, you got all these other places, Tag, POF, everything. But if we can draw them into, like, Twitch and Kick, then now we got another, like, 3 or 4 million people in our demo. Now we can legitimately have 200,000 people on more of the old heads, like, you know, stream. If not, we're gonna anybody that try to stream that's under like 25 is gonna have 10 people in their stream.
Hey, Ray J, I'm waiting for the you and Sexy Red the makeup stream, which is where y'all you know what I mean, deal with y'all issues online. That's the good thing about streaming.
Like Sexy Red was mad at me. I apologized to her on the national news just because we did sleep on the plane for like 7 hours. I was in 1C, she was in 1D. And I like literally like sold it just like I did with Amber. But again, we
nah, bro, we
not as close.
You did with who?
No, so I said me and Sexy Red slept together, but we was just on a plane. I was in 1C, she was in 1D. We slept for like 5 hours.
Yeah, but the Amber shit.
But I slept in the bed with Amber for like 2.5 weeks on College Hill.
Yeah, I know.
Because that's my family.
And your birthday too, no.
Like she
sister. Just said it the other day.
My sister, so and I got like her sons is like my stepsons. Bash is here.
Okay.
Bash is here. I got you. You're right. So what I'm saying is I overdid it, and then Sexy got mad, so I apologize to her. But I don't think she'll ever be my friend again.
Hey,
you wanna hit that?
Sexy. That's not my style. Like I was joking, bro. Come on. You
like ratchet.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yo, act.
Yeah.
In reality, I was trying to make Suki mad because I know Suki and her friends, so I was being petty, but it backfired in the most wrongest way.
You fuck Suki too?
I love Suki.
Oh yeah, he definitely did that.
I said I love Suki.
Nah, you did that.
Did you fuck Suki though?
Yeah, you definitely.
Yo, hold on. Yo, Ray.
Suki, my twin.
No, Ray, we gotta start finding out. Like when Cam asked that nigga with Cassie, how was the pussy? Like we want to know this shit. I ain't gonna lie. Is it what is advertised to be, or this is cap?
Yo, it's the greatest ever, bro.
What? Oh nah,
bro, it's the greatest ever.
Suki got that shit,
bro. The cleanest, string in or out.
Oh,
hey,
hell,
bro, listen, hey, bro, I get it because this morning you can ask R&B. She had my head on the headboard sideways, like by my ear.
Yeah, I feel that, right? That's how I feel sometimes, right? Yo, the cleanest string in or out.
Hey, yo, hold on. We gotta figure out. Yo, Ray J, I don't know if you
heard.
Second,
hold on.
I was trying to see Ray J trying to still say Free Diddy.
Oh, Pat.
Yo.
I got this Jamaican nigga on my three-way right now, bro. I don't know what's up with this nigga. The nigga keep acting like he want to fade me in the studio or something.
Who that?
You know what I'm saying? Some Jamaican nigga act, listen, I'm telling you, he can't fuck with me, bro. Now, you know, he got some poppin' ass music. He got a video out with all the females is bouncing out. I'm going to let him holler at you, bro. Go ahead, man. Act. Go ahead and talk to your mans, man.
Yo.
Go on.
What up? Who this?
Conscience, go on.
Yo, Conscience, you have a lucky in me, dog.
I deal with.
Yo, me there, man. Me there by the naughties, you see me? Yo.
I line up something star.
Yeah, man, me go line something up, you see me? Yo, me there. So, like, yo, whenever tomorrow we can, you know.
Tomorrow, it gotta happen tomorrow. If it don't happen tomorrow, I'm letting the cop on you, Act.
Yo, Act, I'm giving away $100,000 on my Twitch.
Hey, yo.
100,000 a day at 11 o'clock. I need your support. for 10 days. I got a new sponsor. They want to do it with me, and I can't argue with them.
Well, Ray J, I'm showing up to get the 100,000. I'm gonna be there.
That's easy. Tomorrow it need to happen.
Yo.
You stay at the studio a little later.
Yo.
We got Angela Lee.
Yo, send me the text. I don't want to say the time on here that people could try me.
I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Yeah, send it to me right now. Send it to me right now.
All right, bro. That's easy, bro. That's easy. All right, look, I got my class. We locked in. All right, Kyle, just love, bro. All right, that's up. All right.
Yo, could you ask Ray J if he's still on the Free Diddy campaign?
Yeah, are you on the Free Diddy campaign?
Yo, beyond that, I think that they just emailed me. I don't know if it's a spoof, but they emailed me the pre-party. You know how OKC in Indiana, like whoever wins, they already prepared to win. So they sent me the pre-party for when he wins next week, and so it's +1. So I'm trying to see who's gonna go with me, but don't.
Wait.
I'm going by myself unless you want to go with me.
Wait, hold on. Is this as a party or a party?
It's the pre-party, the celebration of Diddy being free. Because come on, like sex trafficking, bro. Everybody got to go home, bro. In sex trafficking, you don't get to go home. You moving around all kind of countries, and you like locked into a room, bro. Everybody got to go home. You can't get to go home and then tell the nigga he doing something, bro. Niggas came back.
The pre-party is Yo,
it's a celebration, bro, and so I got +1 if you want to pull up. I don't know if it's like his official one.
Wait. Hold on. How did you get cool back with the Suns? Because I heard the Suns was trying to jump you.
Yeah, I know, man, and they should. When you like, no, Wack about to jump in the pool. But look, listen,
Wack is one.
Wack about to jump in the pool. Yo, Wack about to jump in. Hey, yo. Wack about to jump in the pool, bro. I'm on my Twitch. Hey, Wack about to jump in the pool. Oh, he did it!
Yo, is Ray J live? Yo, Ray J, you live? Hold on, I gotta see you live.
Yo, let's get this nigga a towel, yo. Get this nigga Wack a towel, bro. Wack fucking did it, nigga. Yo, but any son should do that. I'm looking at him right now, and if a nigga ever tried to like do anything to my dad and I didn't know what was up, I would go. So yeah, we did, and then we worked it out.
Wait.
But Wack just jumped in the pool, AK, this shit going crazy on my Twitch.
Oh, you're not watching right now.
Yo, this nigga Wack. Yo, get this nigga Wack a towel. Can you get 3 towels for Wack? Yo, it's going down. Yo,
shoes and socks and everything. Live on Twitch. RB gonna tell me if I love her, I jump in the pool with all my clothes on.
Nah, I'm watching it right now.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, we having fun all summer, all these gang bang niggas, all you real niggas stay the fuck away from me. We having fun all summer.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, Wack, I don't know if you told him to get on Twitch, but that was the biggest move.
Yeah. You needed that viral moment?
Wait, is R&B finna hop in the pool too? Or just you?
Nah, she's got her hair done. That's how.
She got to put a bonnet on. A bonnet. She need a bonnet.
You ain't got the heart to jump. Yes, I did.
Yo, Wack, you can swim? Yo, they told me gangbangers from LA can't swim. That's what they told me.
Man, listen, leave all that bozo shit away from me this summer. We having fun. The pool's fully closed. Nigga, listen, we having fun. We having finding the love of academic show coming.
Yo, I just gave $50,000 to the Twitch community. 48,000. Check the numbers, yo.
Nah, I'm watching right now.
It's going down. All y'all over there talking about what? Who's saying what? Mad? Nigga, we over here having fun, nigga. We having fun.
Wack swimming in the pool is crazy.
You think I was gonna jump, baby? Huh? I don't play about the queen, boy. Showed up. Yeah, fully dressed. Look, I'm still dripping. Baby, show them the real drip. That's the real drip. Look. That's the real drip. You feel what I'm saying?
Yo, what? I never. They told me you don't swim.
Ooh.
They say you too gangster to swim.
Nah, act, listen, I still hold my nose underwater. I dog pedal, act. That's it.
Nah, this is legendary. Nah, this is legendary.
Hey, yo, listen. Listen, man.
Yo, whack. Yo, ask Ray J how much he would put on. He would put up on a. Yo, who could tread water longer, me or you? We gotta tread water.
Hold on. Hey, act. You come from that island, boy. You know, I know what y'all call us. Y'all call us Yankee boys. I know what's going on.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you.
From out in the island, act.
Yo, my grandmother never let me go to the river, so I took swimming classes up here. I kid you not. I took swimming classes. I took
jumped in with the shoe. You R&B said if you really love me, you'll jump in the pool fully dressed. I'm in the pool.
Yo, y'all got whack out of
character.
character.
What went through your mind when you saw me disappear?
Yo, whack, you gotta ask her if you didn't come up for air, would she jump in the pool after you?
Baby, if I wouldn't have came up for air, what you would have did? She said she'd have came in. She just got her hair done.
Okay.
Looking
That's
sweet.
love. That's love right there. You're having a blast.
This is all about. To all you street niggas, listen, leave them bullshit politics in the streets, bro. If you ain't gonna come over here and have fun, stay your ass off this highway, bro. We don't want to hear about how many niggas you killed, shot, how good you can fight. We don't give a fuck about none of that shit. At all, bro. We over here having fun. You ain't coming to have fun, stay your ass away from us, bro. That's the fact, act. That's what we got to start doing. All these super overly tough street niggas, we got to keep them out the business.
I'm jumping in for Amber, bro.
Yo, whack, you
can't. Real shit.
Whack, you can't put back on your shoes after you just jumped in the pool.
Yeah, I still got my shoes on, right? And socks. You know what I'm saying? You know, I wear briefs, so I'm all right there. You know what I'm saying? But get what I'm saying? Heck, I'm tripping like a motherfucker right now. Shit. Oh, look, no, but see, you ain't got no shoes and shit up. Oh, there you go. Ray J about to go. There you go.
Nah, this is some other shit right here. Yo, at least y'all enjoying life, man. I'm glad y'all enjoying life.
Listen, yo, act. This what it's about, bro. If you ain't enjoying this shit, I'm tired of these niggas. I'm telling you, as a street nigga, I'm tired of these street niggas.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know if you remember when we first ever talked. This is right after the Migos shit and with the Joe Budden shit, like after BT Awards. We talked on the phone. I was like, yo, Wack is too gangster to have any fun in life. And you know, you proved to me. You proved to me that you're way more than what niggas might think as a street nigga or a gangster, because you be having a blast.
Listen, bro, you come from what you come from, bro. But let it be the truth. Ain't proud from coming from that shit, bro. I'm gonna keep it real with you. And when you got a chance to have fun and be regular and be normal, bro, you seize opportunity. You seize opportunity, bro. And I'm gonna be real. Everybody that come from that did time in themselves to buy these streets, everybody looking for a way out. Everybody.
Yo, is Ray J hugging himself?
I don't know what Ray J finna do. They try to put me, but this nigga got a whole swim truck. That nigga did a backflip. Whoa. He got his do-rag on, though. What's up, shorter than me? What's up? Huh? Amber Rose, sir. What's up, shorter than me? Huh? You just mad because my head. He be getting mad, Amber Rose son look like he gonna be 6'8". I be calling him shorter than me, nigga be wanting to fight.
Nah, hey, ask Ray J when the pool party. I want to come.
Whenever you ready. know, whenever you welcome to come out, you ready to come out. We really want you to come out to go stream. We go stream. We go, you know what I'm saying? We gonna go hit big and stream.
Now, of course, that's what we gotta do. Holy shit. Hey, by the way, whack. Hey, I don't know if you know. So I was gonna go in and respond to those guys that used to be on Adam podcast, but you know I realized
those dudes.
You know I said, man, you know what? We gotta stop giving away this thing we got. Like sometimes people need attention. I wish all the best for them brothers, but I can't get in the back and forth right now. I just can't do it. I can't do it.
Now you get what I was telling you.
I can't do it right now.
Just leave them where they at and keep moving, bro.
Yeah, I can't do it right now. I'm like, maybe if it was
you know what you call a motherfucker standing on the corner talking to themselves? A derelict motherfucker. Let them talk to themselves. Because everybody, every day, 100,000 people pulling up to talk to you, bro. Hear you speak.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They trying to get some of them people.
Why? I ain't gonna lie to you. I had to. And by the way, I'm not doing this for everybody because I like responding to shit. But it was one of those where I said, this could only help these niggas. And I say, you know what? I'm gonna let them keep talking to themselves. And you know, good luck.
That's glad you made that decision. You know, I ain't gonna act. You know, I jump in your fights. I'm riding with you. But some of them, listen, we can't empower the ops.
Nah, yeah.
Gotta leave them with it.
We can't do it. Hey, Wack, text me the stuff for conscience. Let's do that, all right?
I'm gonna text you the stuff too, and I'm gonna text you that thing I need you to put up. I'm gonna holler at you a little later.
All right, and get your floaties, okay? Get your floaties, man. You can't swim. I know you can't swim. All right, anyway. All right, that was a good a whack thing, you know? All right, bet. We back in the game, chat. We back in the game. Yo, it's 9 o'clock? No fucking way. Okay, hold on.
We could kind of hear, and they had to just fix the volume on all the headphones and kind of take a pause for a minute. And the jury still is not reacting to this. They really had very little reactions to these videos. And, you know, I also saw a headline yesterday that said that Diddy was dancing to the freak off videos that the jury was watching. I have a pretty good view of him. I didn't see any dancing. Sometimes these headlines, they make me laugh a little bit, or I'm wondering, I'm like, were we in the same courtroom? I really don't know. And of course I understand you could miss certain things, but yeah. So again, Tenny Garagos made sure that we really heard every explicit text message from Jane, seemingly being a willing participant in all of these hotel nights. And I mean, even just simple texts of Diddy saying, hey, you know, meet me and Paul at 9:30 at XYZ location. And then we'd see or read Jane's text message that said, okay, babe, can't wait, like with an emoji kind of saying, look, she's not upset. She's not dreading this. And we also saw a lot of Jane's text messages one-on-one, specifically with Cabral, let's say. He's the one that Jane, I don't mean to say let's say, but he's the one that Jane really texted the most. And I think they were showing us their exchanges because Jane appeared to be at ease. She would text him things about what he did to her and it things like, oh, I can't wait to see you type of thing that maybe she wouldn't necessarily say if, you know, she was being coerced. And again, I am surmising this as the defense as to why they showed the jury this. They also made sure to show the jury where Diddy had said that he witnessed Jane climax from one of the entertainers numerous times. And I think that goes directly to Jane saying that she never climaxed from an entertainer. Putting it out there, I'm not saying any, you know, I believe that message or I believe she did or she didn't. I'm just putting it out there. What else? Yeah, Jane saying that she is ready for him and she'll do whatever he wants. Let me see what else. I mean, it went on for a while. Oh, photos that she sent him of heels and outfits and 2 pairs of boxer briefs, which we heard Jane testify about that she didn't like what the entertainers showed up in. So she would get the entertainer and Diddy matching boxers. What else? There was also times where Tenny would say, well, you indicated that Vegas was a city in the chart when we're discussing, you know, Paul, Jane, and text, you know, with Mr. Combs, and there's no proof here or nothing to show that Paul traveled to Vegas. And then he would say, no, it was just Jane and it was just Mr. Combs. So there was a few, I think there's 2 instances, yes, of that. Oh, there was one thing that I kind of thought was just funny. Diddy texted Paul. I guess he was engaged in some kind of activity with Jane, and he texted Paul and he said 911 freak emergency, like he needed him there. Another text from Jane saying, I don't regret anything. It all feels right. And then like there was something that she said to him that she was joking. She was like, I know that you're ready to lock me in a hotel room, like, cause I know you, and like put like a laughing emoji there. Oh, and then they played a video. We didn't see it, of course. It was June 22nd, 2024, which is 4 days after the beating and the fight between Jane and Diddy at her LA home. And this video, again, 4 days after, it's like I guess it was a video of Jane being like, here's my bestie, referring to Diddy. Yeah, and that is the extent, I would say, of the cross. I'm really condensing it because, like I said, it went on for 3 hours plus. And then we had the redirect, which was a bit aggressive. And again, that really woke us all up, because I think a lot of people have been, you know, just hitting that wall. You're really not supposed to react too much in court as press. And when I heard the 911 freak emergency, I was just like, oh my God. Okay, so then we had Alexandra Shapiro argue about the 5 charges being dropped. That's 2 counts of sex trafficking, 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, and RICO. And she really broke down all of the RICO predicates here. So she broke down the obstruction, the bribery, and she just went into why there was insufficient evidence to this, the workforce or the forced labor, and then of course the sex trafficking and the transportation and the Mann Act, basically. So she had said that there's insufficient evidence for RICO as a whole because there's no evidence to support that Diddy conspired with anyone. And their examples here are basically this quote unquote enterprise. They're saying it dated back to 2004, this criminal enterprise. And they're alleging that KK is a co-conspirator. Well, they didn't introduce KK into their evidence until the year 2016. So they're like, where was KK, you know, for all of these additional years? And they also
Oh, my bad. I said that's a real great point. My bad, I was muted. Here's the thing. One thing about that is that nothing shows, like all these charts like the government has and these summary witnesses and these agents like, oh, this is the case, but like breaking down. Nothing shows any steady amount of people that were involved in supposedly this enterprise other than Diddy. Diddy's the only stagnant person in there. And so Diddy is the person since 2008 to 2025. KK only comes in after like 2016. Before then, it's like very different. Like, what the hell? So it's like all of these people, it's hard to prove that they were working for a criminal organization, or maybe they were just working as an assistant or whatever the hell they're doing, you know? So that's pretty much what it is. And, you know, I actually agree with that point that the defense is making. Now, obviously, the prosecutors, they're not caring about that particular part of the case.
Also argued that all of the employees, including KK, nobody was setting things up with these quote unquote entertainers. That was just Diddy and Jane. And that the employees, they didn't have any thoughts or ideas that what was going on in the hotel rooms were illegal. They said, no, we, and they would cite, Alexandra would cite the transcripts where the certain assistants would say that they just thought that he was having personal time with his significant other, stated a time where Jonathan Perez said, it's not my business, where David James said he saw a man in the hotel room with Cassie and Diddy when he dropped something off, but he's like, I didn't press further because that was their personal life. So they also discussed that, the only evidence that I guess would be criminal was the testimony about the assistants getting drugs for him. And then she said, but it was just such a small amount that, there was just it was just basically thin proof that they conspired, in terms of this crazy criminal enterprise. So let me see. Again, and they just said,
why the hell y'all tell me to call Selena? You know what Selena told me today? She said she fighting with her friends that she went with. Yo, women can't go. Yo, this is how you prove, any woman could attest to this. This is how you prove your friends are not friends with women. Well, like, if you're a woman, right? Women know they're real friends after they go on one vacation. Because there's always one chick that's chasing dick, one chick that's too cheap, one chick that got a nigga back home and she's no fun because she's on the phone with him and he's clocking her. It's always beef. When women go on trips together, they find out they're true friends. You get what I'm saying? Wasn't there a situation like in was it Mexico or something like that? The girls went on a trip with a girl and the chick got killed and they just left her and came back. Yo, girls find out they're real friends on trips type shit, Anyway. All right, people. I ain't gonna lie, I'm definitely finna rap. Hold on. I'm going to read donations. Thank you guys for that. I know it was 9 o'clock. I should have started streaming a lot earlier today, so y'all gonna have to excuse me today. But I started streaming too late, but court started at 1, but I think I started streaming like fucking 5, which is bad. All right, anyway. Thank you guys for the new memberships. Ruger Red, B1 Mamba, thank you for that. So, get Mama Demic some grandchildren, bro. Busta said it. Well, it's not the grandkids part, My mom is like critical of all women now. Like, bro, you should see the messages my mama sends me. My mama thinks every girl is like a super scally now. Like, I'm telling you. The Omens Den says, yo, tell Wacky's thick as hell, boy. On King David. Stop it. Buy mom's property in Jamaica. I would. The older my mom gets, I kind of feel like she got to stay next to me, Marie says, yo, big love to Mama Ack. I hope she heals up. Yeah, it's just her eyes. She's recovering. She just put eye drops in. That's it. She's good. PT Bullet Boy Gaming says, yo, Ack, I'm Jamaican too. I'm going through the same thing. I bet she complained about doing that all day. At the end of the day, yeah. Somebody said, I'm tired. Man, I'm tired of curry chicken foot. Yeah, my mom curried chicken foot. I was like, why did you curry chicken foot, Mom? I'm like, what the heck? The heck is wrong with my mom? Usually we have chicken foot, but it's like stew type of thing. But I'm going to be honest, it's been so long since I ate chicken foot. And trust me, I'm a chicken foot eater. I eat chicken, but it's been a long time. Someone said, Cap, Jamaicans love KFC. That's a fact. Jamaicans treat KFC like it's steak. That's a fact. Someone says, Ack, all you got to say is love Beyonce. For what? Okay. Jamar, for Rock Nation, I mess with me. All right, cool. Jamar Porter says, Ack, Rock Nation is sinners. Go watch the movie. G. Rock Nation is sinners? What does that mean? Someone said, Ack is bleaching the skin. No, I look lighter when I wear lighter colors because the camera is correcting for my shirt, and I look lighter. So that's why I actually like wearing lighter clothes on camera. Crash Addict Media, think of it 10 says, couldn't Diddy's team claim he was paying for porn scenes and not prostitution? Well, the way how porn is shot, it's and the legalities around porn. Number one, it differs by state. Some places you need a license and you need actual performers. You can't just shoot porn with anybody. Especially people that don't know that they're doing porn. So that would just be as illegal. Somebody says, I watched Lauren Collins live, and she said she messaged you about meetup. You didn't respond. Oh, yeah, I lagged a little bit in response. I responded to her during the stream, though. I'm asking her for the next couple of days. Tweesby, we talked about that. Low Life Braid says, yo, the name Choke No Joke is crazy word. Three Diggles, thank you for the 100. Oh, Three Diggles gave us $100. He says, what is all is said and done, more is always said than done. It's like a riddle, but thank you for that. Someone said, it's drugs, Act. It's a 16 of Raw. Don't believe him. Oh. You're saying Fat Joe was rapping about drugs, not like kids. Okay. Someone says, Act, who's the Rasta did he be with? Firebun. He's with the Rastafarian guy? Lester Walnuts, thank you for the 2. It says, homie's a boogie down bitter dude. Who's that? Oh, you're talking about the guy who Fat Joe left behind. Dubs, thank you for the membership. He says, nothing bigger. King Rod G, thank you for the 5. Says, only lawyers we rock with is Saul Goodman and Brian Steele. Tyrone Blackburns. Wall Street Gaming, thank you for the 5. So we can't wait for this trial to be over. We're ready for regular topics. This Diddy shit is boring now, fam. Yo, I know there's half of y'all that can't wait, and then half of y'all that, not that you're just waiting for the verdict type shit. It's all good. Fruit Jams TV, thank you for the 2. It says, shout out to the bro Ray J. I'm surprised he remembers me. Yeah, it's all good. NSG Lawn, thank you for the 10. It says, Act, long time watcher. I showed Zeus my song last night, and Fearbook made a post that I scammed Zeus, and he was trolling. And bro, trying to ruin me. Shit, not true. Zeus, what? I am so confused about what you said. Somebody said, call Myron. We'll do that tomorrow. Chat, I love y'all. I'm off of here. We are getting ready for final statements. So closing statements, we think will be on tomorrow. Closing statements tomorrow. Wack just sent me the jump. Yo, that's low-key legendary. Why did Wack jump in a pool like this? Like he's getting baptized. Hilarious. Anyway, chat. Yeah, we didn't get to too much hip-hop topics. Yo, chat, as soon as we're done with this stream, we're done with this trial. Obviously, we'll have maybe 1 or 2 like streams, like kind of like really wrapping it up. But after that, we're back to regular topics, man. Like, I definitely do know there's a little bit of fatigue by y'all when we cover, like, say, Tory Lanez or the YSL trial. We didn't do the YSL trial was so long, we just kind of got tuned out. This shit is coming to a conclusion, so we're just gonna keep tapping in. But chat, we're gonna be back to regular topics. I hope you guys know that. You get what I'm saying? So I do love you guys. I hope you guys appreciate some of the coverage I'm doing, the breakdowns. I'm gonna keep doing it. Obviously, we think this is gonna be wrapped before July 4th. Or max, maybe July 7th. And we'll be back to regular shit. All right, chat, I love y'all. Go have a good day. Go have a good night. And, yeah, I will be back tomorrow, much earlier than I was today. Okay? Love you guys. See